Hello, hello. Is it on? Now call the meeting to order. May we please, before anything, observe a moment of silence just for 30 seconds. Thank you very much, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I now invite Ms. Togo Kumeze to present the credentials of delegates and confirm the quorum for the meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. All the members are in full attendance, and therefore the membership constitutes a quorum in terms of the 50% membership that is required. So we can proceed with the meeting.
Thank you, Togo. Honorable members, the draft of the agenda of the meeting was circulated to all members. Are there any proposals for amendment to the draft agenda? I don't see any hand up. I will invite someone to move for adoption, please. Somebody move adoption. Eswatini. Did you press?
Morning, members and executive. May I move for adoption of this agenda, please? Thank you.
Eswatini moved for the adoption of the agenda. May somebody second? Zimbabwe?
Zimbabwe, I second for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. Agenda is accordingly adopted. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are a correct record of the meeting. We shall consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any differences in paginating across the languages. Okay, honorable members, I think I skipped one stage where I have to welcome you. Without any further ado, I should rush to that stage. Honorable members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, the Secretary General of the SADC-PF, Ms. Buemo Sekhoma, Resource Person, Ms. Patience Masua, Member of Parliament from the Parliament of Namibia, the Resource Person, Mr. Engwaze Mwale, the immediate past Executive Director of the Non-Governmental Gender Organizations Coordinating Council and Executive Director of the Financial Sector Deepening. Dr. Senye Obuseng, Consultant, representatives of youth organizations here present and those attending virtually, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of the media organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, distinguished ladies, delegates, in welcoming you to this very important meeting of the SADC Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, allow me to start by stating that gender equality is central to development. The 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development recognizes gender equality as a prerequisite for progress across all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. SDG 5, the gender equality goal, includes a specific indicator, 5C1, that commits countries to developing systems to track and make public budgetary allocation for gender equality. Several global treaties on gender equality and human rights, including the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the International Convent on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the Beijing Declaration on Platform for Action commit state parties to undertake special measures to eliminate the disparities between men and women and boys and girls. Gender responsive budget, GRB, is one of these measures. Understanding GRB requires an understanding on gender and gender equality. The committee has convened today under the theme Enhancing the Role of Parliament in the construction and implementation of gender-responsive budgeting within the framework of public finance management. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, as you may be aware, GRB is about the allocation of budget resources with gender intelligence to translate policy commitments into gender-specific goals. One of the factors that gender-responsive budgeting can bring to light, for instance, is the effort of women in running the economy through gender equality in budget performance indicators. It is important to note that GRB is not a separate budget for women. It is ensuring that government budget address the needs and interests of individuals that belong to different social groups. Therefore, it is imperative that gender mainstreaming should be a natural outcome of gender budgeting. Public financial management refers to the administration of supervision exercised over the finances of the state. It is a continual and ongoing activity with the executive and parliament complementing each other through checks and balances to ensure that financial tasks conducted by the government or its agents are efficient for the purpose intended in accordance with the budget lines and predicted on transactions which reflect value of money. GRB within the framework of public finance management is about assessing the extent to which countries' public financial management PFM systems respond to different needs of men and women to attain more effective targeting of public expenditure and offset any undesirable gender-specific consequences of budgetary measures. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the SADC region has the serious challenge of gender inequality, with many member states struggling to eliminate both the obvious and invisible barriers of gender inequality. Statistics indicate that women have continued to lag behind their male counterparts in all spheres of national development. It is obvious that women and girls will continue to be affected by poverty and the consequent lack of income to invest in their economic and social development, such as education and health. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, parliaments are critical actors in ensuring that budget allocation and expenditure are undertaken in a transparent, accountable, and fair manner. GRB is a strategy to achieve gender equality by ensuring that interventions required to eliminating inequality between women and men and boys and girls are equitably financed. Therefore, GRB enhances the oversight and accountability role that Parliament have on national planning and budgeting processes. Through national budgets, member states outline their policy intentions and the resources they intend to use to implement them. Increasing demands for democracy and good governance require inter alia that parliaments play a more active role in the budgetary process. As supreme representative institutions at national level, parliaments and their members are under obligation to ensure not only that the needs for their electorates are met, but also that public money has been equitably raised, well spent, and can be properly accounted for. Democracy is premised on a genuine partnership between men and women and the eradication of gender inequality. Analyzing the budget from the gender perspective provides a useful mechanism to assess the effects of government policies on men and women, boys and girls, and the real contributions all individuals make to the economy. You will then agree with me that the gender budgeting process ought to entail maintaining a gender perspective at various stages, like a program and policy formulation, assessment of needs of target groups, review of extent policies and guidelines, allocation of resources, implementation of programs, impact assessment, reprioritization of resources, and so on. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, we should take note that the bulk of the GRB will involve a range of activities from research, advocacy, monitoring, training, awareness raising, policy analysis to policy designing through various actors, mainly governments, academia, donors, and financial institutions. The GRB initiative can open new landscape for research and analysis of public expenditure, for planning and program formulation, and for adequate allocation of resources. I must hasten to state that what will be most difficult in the gender analysis of budget is to comply gender segregated data on allocation of expenditure on pro-women and gender neutral schemes. Honorable members, I wish to state that the GRB is essential in ensuring the government is accountable to its commitments made to women in line with various international commitments and conventions, which includes elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, CEDAW, and the Southern African Development Community Protocol on Gender and Development. On behalf of the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for implementing this meeting on the committee. Further, I wish to take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the resource person, Ms. Ngwazi Mwale, the immediate past executive director for the non-governmental gender organization coordinating council and executive director for FSD, who has availed herself to give us an expert presentation on this very important issue. With these few words, I warmly welcome you all, and I wish the meeting fruitful deliberations. I thank you. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are a correct record of the meeting. We shall consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any differences in pagination across the languages. Honorable members, I invite you to make corrections on the minutes. If there's any corrections which needs to be made, I will invite you to do that with pleasure. I see the hand of Tanzania up. Tanzania.
Thank you, sir. Page 1, the list of absent with apology. Number 3 should read Shirley Josepha Raymond. There is a name missing after PH. Thank you.
Noted. Mozambique.
Bom dia.
Good day. I would like to ask my name to be recorded. I am Maria Marta Mateus Fernando. Thank you.
Noted. Mozambique. May you please repeat? It looks like we didn't grab what you said because we didn't put the interpreter on.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I was asking for the correction of my name. Mateus, the name Mateus is missing. I am Maria Marta Mateus Fernando.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Noted. Anything else? Anything else? If there are no further corrections, I will invite someone to move for adoption. Who moves the adoption of the minutes? Somebody please do that. Honorable members. Seychelles.
Good morning, everyone. I move for the adoption of the minutes of the meetings. Thank you.
I see Democratic Republic of Congo for seconder.
J'appuie l'adoption du rapport. J'appuie l'adoption du rapport.
Translator.
I second the adoption of the minutes.
Noted. Thank you. Honorable members, the minutes are duly adopted. Therefore, they are now our part and parcel. And honorable members, and now I will invite matters arising. Honorable members and partners, are there any matters arising from the minutes? We shall consider matters arising item by item. Tanzania.
Thank you, sir. I was looking through after the minutes. I don't see any list of matters arising. Are they listed somewhere? Or are we going to pick them from the minutes and what transpired thereafter? Is this a new way of selecting matters arising?
Okay, Tanzania. Or let me call Togo to say them.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On matters arising, members will note that all resolutions were submitted to member states through their national parliaments in accordance to the rules.
Tanzania?
Yes, sir, with your guidance, please. After submission, then something might have transpired. Where is it reported, at least in a column, such agenda so-and-so, this was discussed and it was supposed to, then it's sent to the whatever, a nation or any other parliament, and then the feedback. And then in this meeting, we should see what we are going to, how we are going to take off from there. At least a little report. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of my own experience, sorry.
Honorable members, in terms of the rules, all the resolutions were sent to the member parliaments, and there was no feedback.
Secretary says all the minutes were sent to various resolutions were sent to various parliaments, but there were no response from our various parliaments. Anyway, I see your hand up, Namibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise to agree with the Honorable from Tanzania. Even if the minutes were sent with the resolutions to the national parliaments, it was supposed to be indicated in the minutes for us to have anything written in the minutes to if we go back to the national parliaments, besides the fact that it was already sent, there be an indication in the minutes for further references afterwards. I thank you.
I think you are clear, Honorable Member. Maybe Secretariat should chip in.
Honorable members, yeah, the recommendation made by the honorable member from Tanzania is noted, is duly noted, and any other resolutions, any other recommendations that the members wish to point out will be taken on board and attended to by the Secretary in due course. Thank you. Ken.
Tanzania, are you happy?
Thank you, Chair. Not a matter of being happy, but it's just procedural. I concur.
Thank you very much. Mauritius, I see your hand. I saw your hand up.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll come to you.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I would like to also back what they are saying. It's not only in terms of sharing minutes and information, even the communication. Myself and my colleague, we didn't know where to go. Even when we arrived here, we didn't know where the conference was happening. We only had information shared through our parliaments, and we were really lost. Even for today, we were not sure where to come. So if we can have more assistance to know, because then we won't lose so much time and we can focus on what we have to do.
Noted. I think I definitely have to apologize for myself and for my secretariat. All those errors are noted, and I think they will not repeat themselves. Namibia?
No point, Chairperson. I was covered by Tanzania.
I saw your hands up, Namibia.
Yes.
Could you please take?
Thank you, Chairperson. I had an afterthought. Even though the recommendations or the resolutions of the previous meeting was probably sent to the national parliaments, and even though it's not mandated, if it is allowed by the House to probably just share for information's sake and see what we could do. That's not if it is going along with the House, what we could do, just for information sharing. Because some of us have not, I was in the previous meeting, but I do not know, as it is not indicated here, what the resolutions was, and I have not seen it even from the national parliament. So I submit.
Honorable members, it looks like it's not going to be possible to share them now. But what we can do is to make a follow-up and then submit to our respective parliaments accordingly. Because now error has been made. We are where we are. We didn't do what we were supposed to do. Our secretariat maybe had too much. So I said I apologize. I humbly apologize for my secretariat, and they will be submitted accordingly. Now we'll move to the first session. Enhancing the role of Parliament, the contribution and implementation of gender-responsive budgeting within framework of public financing management. Honorable members and distinguished delegates, we are starting our first session. We have one resource person for this session, Mrs. Ngwaze Mwale, the immediate past executive director for the non-governmental gender executive director for the financial sector at DIPNIM. I shall now invite Ms. Ngwaze Mwale to make her presentation. She is accorded 40 minutes, after which plenary deliberations will follow. Please take a floor.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members and distinguished delegates. Thank you. I'm just hoping that the presentation will be shared, or screen shared. I shared it online for ease of following. So just to get started, as we are waiting for the presentation, my name is Ngwase Banda Mwale. Honorable Chair, thank you so very much. Yes, I'm the immediate past executive director for the non-governmental gender organizations coordinating council in Zambia, which I served for 17 years. As of this month, I took up a role as the chief executive officer for the financial sector deepening in Zambia, which is an organization that works to promote financial inclusion. So I'm actually happy that it's still taking me back, to serving the women and youth of the region in terms of ensuring that they do access financial services and products, but also most importantly, to take working to ensure that there's financial inclusion, especially targeting the underserved and the vulnerable. And I'm sure all of us in this room recognize that those vulnerable and underserved in most cases in our region are actually women and youth. Thank you so much once again to the GEWAYD. I will use that short, the GEWAYD, for inviting me just to share some insights around gender responsive budgeting. I greatly appreciate this honor. And as I do that, I just wanted to augment what the chair said in his opening remarks, because he has made my presentation very easy, and it's definitely going to flow based on what is already the principle behind this meeting. Distinguished honorable members and delegates, the chair ably laid out the gender situation in the region, but most importantly, the inequalities that continue to impact mostly on women and youth in the region. And he went on to say GRB is a strategy. It is indeed a strategy that is meant to eliminate those inequalities. That's number one. Then the second point is that GRB enhances oversight role of Parliament on resource acquisition and allocation. That is what it does, because it is a strategy. And he went on to mention that GRB is a call for Parliament to play a very critical role in the budgeting process, because we all know that in the region, the budgeting process by the executive, from acquisition to allocation, the most important body that has that oversight role is Parliament. And therefore, it brings in the need for gender responsive budget as that one very important strategy. He also said GRB is about inclusion and participation to enhance democracy and accountability. And that's what Parliament exists to do. He also mentioned that GRB is about influencing policy implementation. In a number of occasions, we have various very good policies in the region, but when it comes to implementation, there's always a challenge. So if GRB is that unlocking tool to ensure that the policies that we have in the region are actually implemented for the people to benefit, I think then it makes it a very important strategy to take on. And he mentioned that GRB requires multi-stakeholder participation. It's not for Parliament alone, it is for all the citizens. But Parliament has a key to unlock that participation and inclusion of people. So, and lastly, GRB depends on generating gender disaggregated data. Without data, will be very difficult for Parliament to play its critical role in ensuring that the GRB strategy, comes to fruition. So thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for that, because that is what I'll be now talking about. So my outline, first things first, you'll be able to see that. Then we'll look at the backdrop of public finance management. What are the characteristics of public finance management? Then we'll look into understanding public finance management and the budget cycle, because I think it's very critical that the parliamentarians do have at their fingertips the budget cycle, because GRB exists throughout the budget cycle. And then also we'll get into understanding the budget and what GRB is. And then we'll look at financing for gender equality, the conceptual framework that Parliament can work with to be able to ensure that GRB comes to fruition. And then we'll look at the GRB approach and some of the challenges with its adoption, when it's supposed to be a very strategic kind of intervention. Why do we always have challenges to ensure that it comes to being or it comes to fruition within the region? We'll look at some of those challenges. And then we'll look at the actions that I'm proposing for the SADC-PF GEWAYD in terms of taking forward to make GRB alive. And then I'll conclude. So first things first, it's simply, I just wanted us to come to the same page in terms of the role of Parliament. So what is the role of Parliament? Because we all know, and most of the times we say it without really taking a pause to say, what does it really mean if Parliament's role is representation of people? So how do we bring the people's voice and safeguarding their interest in Parliament? Because GRB will depend largely on that aspect. And then upholding constitutional order. We all know that Parliament is there to ensure that both the executive and the judiciary work within the confines of the law. Why? Because Parliament is the main body that actually has the legislative power. There is no way a constitution will be adopted without Parliament. So if Parliament is the custodian of that legislative power, it means the lawmaking processes must be able to ensure that there is public participation. And then, of course, enhancing the practice of democracy. We've heard that GRB enhances democracy. So if one of the roles of Parliament is to enhance democracy, it means we cannot do that effectively without bringing on board GRB. So meaning it becomes a must. And then also providing checks and balances, like the chair mentioned, holding the executive to account. We all know what happens when the executive is left to do their own thing in terms of the political agenda. Without Parliament, it can be anything. So the Parliament has that very important role of ensuring that the executive is steering our region to the right direction. And then lastly, which is a very key aspect that we are looking at today, promoting public financial management, accountability, and monitoring through budgeting. So I'm happy that what we are going to look at today is something that is not outside the Parliament role, but it's something now that we are going to pick in from the many roles that Parliament has and be able to bring some kind of detail. How can our Parliament be more effective in promoting public finance management? Okay. For the interpreters, if in case I'm a little bit fast, kindly just slow me down. So on this slide, I'll also try to just take a bit of time, because this is the crux of our discussion today in terms of enhancing the role of Parliament in the construction and implementation of gender-responsive budgeting. So first and foremost, what is public finance management? Because there are times when we look at these terms and we think they are very technical, they are out there. But first and foremost, it simply means gathering, managing, and expending public finances to be able to enhance citizens' lives. That's what it is.
Oh, I used to be Brazil, thanks.
Pardon? Sorry. So if it's about gathering, management, and expending public finance on behalf of citizens, so it means that one of the key aspects around public finance management is the economic growth rate and its push factors in the region. That matters before we even talk about gender budgeting as a strategy. I know that because of the onset of COVID-19 within our region, economic growth went down to the negatives around 4%. But as Parliament, this is one of the critical aspects that we need to preoccupy ourselves, because it is such a fundamental aspect when it comes to public finance management. Then thirdly, we also need to appraise ourselves within our different Parliament of our public debt stock, because that is also one of the key aspects in terms of understanding the implications on the social sectors. We know that when budgets are cut, when there are financial issues, I'm sure you agree with me, like what we gets done in most of our regions, is that the social sectors suffer. When there's a war, like right now we're talking about the war in Ukraine, most of the resources have to go and fight the war. And then you find our resources around education, health, agriculture, social protection, on many times they do suffer. Even when our countries have to deal with debt repayment. So most of the resources that are supposed to be enhancing people's livelihoods within the social sectors, they actually get impacted. And that is a key aspect that we need to look at when we are talking about GRB, because gender responsive budgets will require that whatever the nations do our member states, whatever they do, there is need to ring fencing the social aspects because people's livelihood matter. Okay, so even when we are talking about the debt stock, currently, I mean, it's something that is in the public domain. Zambia's debt at some point was being regarded as unsustainable. Of course, we have a new government now that is critically looking at that and discussions with the IMF to try and ensure that we bring back our debt to sustainable levels, all because we realized that the social sectors were being impacted. And we know that when the social sectors are being impacted, the faces that bear the brunt most of the times are women and of domestic resource mobilization and its impact on both the formal and informal sectors needs to be analyzed in terms of the comparisons between individual and tax mechanisms. Because many times there's a push that if the region is going to get to levels of sustainability, we need to enhance domestic resource mobilization. It is the role of Parliament to critically take an analysis of how the countries are doing when it comes to domestic resource mobilization. And that will take us to be able to look at what are the individuals paying in terms of tax? What are some of the corporate tax incentives that we need to bring on board? So that is a matter that our parliaments need to be able to critically analyze. Right now, in a number of countries in the region, we find that the people in the formal sector, it's around a very small percentage, maybe 20, 25 in the region. And if we are talking about 25 people in the formal sector, and those are the ones that are paying tax, because the majority are in the informal sector, and we all know what happens. Tax collection or resource mobilization at domestic level, when you have a large informal sector, becomes a very difficult aspect. So if we are going to push for GRB, those are matters that parliaments need to be able to concern themselves to be able to discuss at that level. And then, of course, one of the other things is the issues of poverty levels and the implications on the general populace. We know, like in Zambia, giving an example, and that is true to the region, poverty still bears the female face. And women continue to bear the brunt of poverty. So if we are going to talk about GRB, how do we ensure that those women and the vulnerable and the youth are included in whatever the budgeting process is looking at to be able to enhance their livelihood? So again, living conditions monitoring surveys are a very critical aspect for parliaments to be able to engage with. Then spending levels on priority areas is also one of the things that GRB brings on the table. For example, in the region, what are the key priority areas? We know that we have our SADC protocol on gender and development, and the barometer continues to help inform where we are doing well and where we are not. Just to be able to share at the regional level, we are concerning about women's participation in decision-making. We are concerned about gender-based violence and its impact on the women and girls. We are concerned about sexual reproductive health rights. We are concerned about gender mainstreaming. We are also concerned about women's economic empowerment, because those are the vulnerable. So if these are the priorities in the region, then it means those priorities must inform how our budgeting cycles are concerned or are being handled. And this is one area where the GEWAYD can be able to provide leadership and provide the kind of thought mechanism that member states can be able to follow. Because member states, when they get back to their countries, they have their own national development plans. Are those national development plans within the member state of SADC responding to the priorities at SADC level? Because we know that the member states are the ones that adopt the gender protocol, for example. So meaning that when we are developing our national development plans, we must be responding to what the priorities are at regional level. Because or else this is why we come together to share good practice examples and experiences on how we are doing as a nation. And I want to believe that SADC, being a regional body, the idea is to create an environment of learning, an environment of sharing experiences, an environment of ensuring that what gets discussed, we go back and implement them. Okay, so I would like to share with you just an understanding of where public finance comes in when we talk about budgeting. And that's before we even talk about GRB. Just in general, what is the role of public finance management within our budgeting process? So first and foremost, before I talk about the 4 dimensions of public finance management. So the issue is about public budgets are economic tools. They summarize policies in monetary terms and express political priorities. So meaning as Parliament, because we have got that role of ensuring that the priorities of our nation, they should be translated into monetary terms through the budget. So meaning any budget that is presented to parliaments must be able to show or exhibit the political commitments and the priorities of a nation before we get into GRB. And then secondly, it's very critical to understand the life cycle of public finance, which entails knowing where the money is coming from and also how the money is going to be used and what policy guidance are available. So that's just a basic. So on many occasions, we hear some of the member states, we could be having a situation where debt contraction by the executive is not really having the blessing of parliament. So where is the missing link? How is the different policies and laws that guide where public finance is coming from? Because at the end of the day, that's a very important role that Parliament has. Okay? And then on the other hand, there are only 2 sources of finance for public budgets, 2 sources for public finance management, and we all know domestic or external. So it is a role of Parliament to ensure that there's that balance. How are we generating resource mobilization domestically? And how are we obtaining resources externally? Because that is a role, fundamental role of Parliament. Then secondly, government finance management is through macroeconomic and trade policies. How are those policies being looked at within the parliament? Because the parliaments play that critical role to make sure that we are providing those checks and balances on the executive, but also knowing all our trade policies, all our government spending, as well as our macroeconomic actions at national level. Parliament is abreast with them. Then policy and public finance also depends on national development plans, as I said, in terms of the priorities and the nature of our economy. Because if Parliament plays such a critical role, it means the nature of economy of of member states should really be spearheaded and debated within the Parliament circles. So, okay. Management. Because like I said, many times we tend to think when we hear public finance management, we are looking for experts, but it's simple as the 4 dimensions. The first one is around budget formulation. I'll go later because now that is when we go into the deep insights of what gender budgeting is about. And gender budgeting needs to be mainstreamed or taken into account in all the 4 dimensions of public finance. So when we talk about budget formulation, it's about resource projections, which most of the times our ministries of finance are the ones that provide the resource projection. Secondly, budget guidelines and expenditure limits, which most of the times are set by the ministries of finance, as well as expenditure proposals that are prepared by the different government spending agents, and then they are approved by the Minister of Finance. The Parliament's role is to ensure that adequate guidelines that we are going to look at later around GRB are taken into account. Because many times our ministers of finance have experts who may not really have the knowledge or know-how of ensuring that GRB is brought on board. So when we look at that, I think we will be able to, so that's the first dimension of public finance management. The second one is budget execution. Of course, you formulate a budget. Now, when it comes to budget execution, there's also some kind of gender guidelines that need to be taken into account by all those that will be spending the budgets who are mentioned in our budget and in our yellow books. So the national budget consolidation, when it's being done, even by Minister of Finance, needs to take into account some of the dynamics that we are going to look at in terms of how can we ensure that our consolidated budget are responding to the gender dimension. When it talk about budget approval and budget appropriation, which gets done by Parliament, again, when the budget appropriations are brought into Parliament, it's important that the gender responsiveness of those budgets must be well understood and appreciated. Then we come to the budget executed by line agencies. Because the line agencies, as they're executing the budget, they need to be reminded, mostly by Parliament through the regular meetings, in terms of how they can remain gender responsive. So meaning the gender responsiveness must start within Parliament to set the guideline as we are setting the guidelines for public finance management. Then this comes to the stage of accounting and reporting. So the national budget accounts are prepared at the end of each fiscal year. And it's important as they are being consolidated, the gender responsiveness must come out in terms of how that particular budget in the financial year was able to respond to those budget issues. And then the various reports and consolidation. So at this point, that serious analysis and gender disaggregated data should be a requirement to be able to ensure that we all determine to what level the gender responsiveness of a budget has been able to impact on the livelihoods of the citizens that we are meant to serve. Remember, one of the roles of Parliament is to represent the aspirations and the interests of citizens. So any budget that is approved by Parliament should have the people's interest and aspirations in it. And we can only do that if we are able to implement gender analysis, which we are going to look at each stage, to be able to ask ourselves the right question. And then lastly, there's the issue of external security and audit. This is where our Auditor General's offices come in to be able just to give us the assurance on how prudent budgets have been implemented. And even at that level, even within the Auditor General's office, there is need to be given the assurance that the gender responsiveness as we were implementing the budget have actually come out. In Zambia, we have the Auditor General that prepares a report every year in terms of how our budgets have incorporated gender mainstreaming. And in that way, it can point, Parliament to be able to look at the budgets that are being appropriated and approved by Parliament. Are they delivering on the people's aspiration? So with that report, which is normally looked at separately from the main budget, then the Committee of Parliament on Human Rights and Gender is able now to engage with the citizens on how best the next or the future budget can actually take into account the gender mainstreaming. So those are the 4 dimensions of public finance management, something that we deal with all the time, but to try and just be deliberate this time around to be able to ensure that as we put on the gender lenses in terms of looking at the role of Parliament, we can be asking the right question at each stage of our budget, from formulation, implementation, to reporting, as well as evaluation, which is normally the audit. Okay. Understanding the budget and what gender responsive budgeting is. So I'll start with gender, because many times we talk about just gender responsive budgeting. So I think this is a time that we need to just demystify and be able to put the concept into its right context. And it's very straightforward. Gender simply refers to the socially learned behaviors and expectation that are associated with being female or male. So it is simply a social category. And if it's a social category, it forces us, to look consciously at the roles and responsibilities of women, men, and youth, and the way they relate to each other. So as we are, formulating a budget before approval in Parliament, we need to have this at the back of our mind to say if we are dealing with social relationships between women, men, and the youth, and how they interact and view things. It means every budget that is prepared, it must take into account. Because when we are looking at the social connotation, it is about what does a budget, a health budget, for example, mean to women? Because women have specific unique needs of maternal health services, for example, which men do not need. And if it's education, our girl child requires certain budgetary allocation to consideration for them to effectively participate and remain in the school system, which may be very different, from the male learners. So I can give an example of what we deal with. Just the distances to school has different connotation for male and female learners. And those are the things that must be taken into account. So when we are looking at gender responsive budget, it's about taking into account what the budget means to women, men, and youth. On the other hand, we heard earlier on that a budget is an annual plan of what government expects to raise in form of resources or incomes, and what the government expects to expend. It's simple as that. Over a specified period, and normally we know that we have annual financial years. So the budget actually reflects the choices that our government make, and if it reflects the choices that our governments make, as Parliament, it means the choices must be those choices that impact on our people, because those are the people that are being represented. So when we are looking at a budget, the budget must speak to those people that are being represented in Parliament. Because if it's not, then it means their voices, their aspirations are not being brought into the picture when we are developing a budget. So that's what a budget would look at. So when you are looking at a gender responsive budget, it's a budget that will take into account the social relationship and the perceptions of the people, the women, men, and the youth. Because if we have a budget that is simply maybe 60% of the budget is around procuring, let me say, war equipment and accessories, and the 40%, maybe out of which 30 will go into emolument, and then we have 10 that will go into actual economic development, actual social sectors. It means then we are going to leave the people behind. And the SDGs that the Honorable Chair mentioned, which are meant to be actualized through the budget system, will actually be leaving most people behind. And that's why it's important at each point in time, our Parliament needs to ensure that they ask the right questions around how are we responding to the national priorities. But before that, how our national priorities responding to the needs and aspirations of people, so that as we appropriate resources, we are able to respond to making people's aspiration to bear. Because that's what sustainable development is about. We can never have sustainable development if the majority of people are left out. So gender budgeting is therefore a means of understanding how public resources are utilized and how they benefit categories of women, men, and youth, and other marginalized groups. That's what gender budgeting is about. It's nothing technical. It's nothing in terms of requiring expertise, but it is about having that perspective of ensuring that at each stage we are asking ourselves, what are we doing? So therefore, gender refer. I think this is. So I thought I could be able to. What am I? I think I was changing there. I was not changing what I was looking at. So GRB, therefore, is integrating a clearer gender perspective within the overall context of the budgetary process, which I've already referred to, but their specific conceptual framework and that's a framework that I'll be sharing with you just now, which has got a view of promoting gender responsive policies. And this was actually articulated by the OECD in their 2016 paper. And it means contributing to reaching gender equality and more effective budget allocation. That's what GRB is. I explained it in practical. So a gender responsive budget ensures that general development goals do not work against social and economic equity, and they do not also work to reinforce development disparities. So the issues are, what are our development goals? So we start from SDGs, we go down to AU, our gender, for example, gender protocol. We get down to the SADC level, our gender protocol. Then we get down to the national level, the visions and the national development plans for the member states. How are they in congruence? The chair mentioned from the CEDAW to the AU, the Agenda 2063 to the SADC protocol and the national vision. So all these must be incongruent. So our budgets simply mean they need to be giving life to all these development aspirations. And that is when we can say it's responsive. After all, the SDGs, the 17 of them, the main theme is leaving no one behind. So, and it must be also exemplified at budgeting level. How do we ensure that the budgets don't leave anyone behind? So gender budgeting seeks to make the gender impact of budgets visible and to be able to transform them into an instrument for increasing gender equality. That's what it's doing. Therefore, financing for gender equality within the public finance management is a critical part of budgeting. So this,
what has happened? So it's not changing from here.
Okay. So this conceptual framework, I try to simplify it as much as possible because that is what guides gender responsive budgeting. So first and foremost, the chair alluded to the situation analysis where he was looking at the gender inequalities. What are the challenges? What are the needs and problems that women and men and youth, face? So at the time when we were looking at budget formulation, and that is why it is important that gender responsive budgeting should actually be at all levels. And many a times, one of the challenges you see that I'll mention, in many of our government ministries, we do not have deliberate gender mainstreaming, I don't like calling expert, but gender mainstreaming professionals that can ensure that they are able to, they're able to instill the gender analysis. Because gender analysis starts from the situation analysis. Because right from the National Development Plan, where the aspirations of a country are articulated, we need to be able to say, what are the problems that we want to achieve, even at SADC level? What are the challenges that we seek to address with our gender responsiveness? So looking at the problems and the needs of women and men, so that then when those questions are asked, again, I would want to share with you the simple gender analysis tool that can be applied at all these levels is, say, what is the problem? What is happening? Why is it happening? For example, why is poverty on the increase? And who is being impacted? So again, we look at the dimensions of who is impacted. How can we deal with that problem? So that comes to the how, and normally our budgeting comes in at the how. And then how best can we do it to make sure that we have the intended outcomes? And then once we do that, how do we evaluate? Because then it will take us back to the initial questions of why a problem exists. So that is why the situation analysis comes in. So even as parliaments are looking at budgets, there is also, it's very important to be able to find ourselves in analyzing, to say within our national development plan and within our various policies, this is what the country is aspiring to achieve. And we don't see this, or we see this in this national budget, because at the end of the day, ultimately, when an evaluation is done, it must take us back to the national development plan to say, are we achieving what is in our national development plan? Then the second point in entrenching GRB is the policy analysis. Many a times we have very good policies in the region, but there's always a challenge with implementing the policies. So we need to assess as Parliament whether women, men, and youth are reflected in all these policy documents that we are able to formulate, and the steps that are being taken to address them. So it's an issue of dealing with the problems that have been identified. So how is a budget, or even the policies around budgeting, how are they ensuring that they are supporting, addressing the needs? So that's the responsiveness, because responsiveness is simply responding to what the challenge is or what the current situation is about. So if we're talking about inequalities, how do our budget respond to make sure we bring forth equality? So then the next level is actual budget analysis, where now we are looking at the resource envelope. Because many a times ministries of finance will simply say our resource envelope is XYZ, and 60% we are actually taking it towards debt repayment, and the 40% we have this and that. And therefore, again, then it means that the needs and the challenges that we need to address on behalf of the people that Parliament represents will actually fall in jeopardy. So how then do we ensure that all the resources that are being acquired, either domestically or externally, they must be pumped into addressing their needs so that then we can achieve sustainable development? Then the last one is budget monitoring. Again, the same tool applies. How are we implementing this budget? Are we resolving the problems? And if we are resolving the problems, how best can we implement to make sure that the problems or aspirations or the needs of the people are actually being taken into account? So that's an analysis at each and every stage of our public finance management, and it's supposed to be at each and every stage of our budget cycle. Because our budget cycle, sometimes it starts with a white paper. The Minister of Finance issues a white paper and they call for consultation. So it's at that point that Parliament needs to be saying, with this white paper, what are the gender responsive standards that we have adopted for ourselves for this particular cycle? And that particular budget statement or gender budget statement should actually appear within the white paper, because that is the beginning of ensuring that we engender the budget up to the time of budget execution. So at the end of the day, with all those questions and the tools that are being used from a gender responsive angle, when we are taking corrective measures, we'll be able to say, have the problems now been sorted with this budget in this particular cycle? As Parliament, this is what we set up as the objective. So if those problems are not solved, again, we ask ourselves, why haven't we achieved? What has happened? What hindered the achievement of this? So that then in the next cycle, we can now set again what they normally call the budget code. Again, that's something that we'll be able to look at later. So that is the conceptual framework that informs our gender responsive budgeting in terms of ensuring that we are financing for gender equality. So the gender responsive budget, there is a question that I keep on referring to, mainstreaming. Because again, mainstreaming, if you link it to what I said about what gender is, it's about social relationship, it's about perception, it's about, approaches and behaviors and attitudes, right? So the mainstream consists of dominance, or what we commonly hold as ideas and directions of development, which influence decisions or action. And we talk about the region recognizing the patriarchal nature of some of our development attitudes and behavior. And because of the patriarchal nature of our behaviors and attitude, so you find that the decisions or actions that are taken, if we don't bring in the gender aspect of analyzing the relation, they will actually be influenced from a patriarchal perspective. And then we wonder why gender inequalities continue. So if we are going to entrench gender responsive budgeting, it is important that we need to recognize that particular aspect of the environment that is created that influences ideas, influences the decisions that are taken, and also the actions thereof. So the ideas normally, when we are looking at the patriarchal dominance, most of the time they are not written. They come from a moral, perspective. where you find expressions of unequal gender relations, roles and norms that are present in every society. Those are everywhere. And often they result in an equal power relation. We all know the kind of male dominance. Even when you are not engendering the budget thinking and the analysis, you will find that the decisions that are made to just create hospitals, for example, if we don't have that standard of ensuring that the gender responsiveness, we'll have a lot of clinics, for example, but you'll find the maternal health aspect will be like a by the way. So if we entrench gender responsive budgeting, at each time when we are approving a health budget, we are going to say, will the health services incorporate maternal health services and focus? Will the health services also incorporate, services and facilities for our children? Will the health services also incorporate youth-friendly corners? We did a study in Zambia, in most of our provinces, where we wanted to find out how many health services had youth-friendly corners, because we're implementing a program whilst I was with NGOCC on reproductive health and rights of youth and adolescents. So we discovered that out of 56 health centers, only 10 at the time had youth-friendly corners. So there lied our issue to say, then how do we get the challenges and the aspirations of the youth and adolescent addressed within our health system? So with that data that we were able to bring out, we began now to undertake advocacy to ensure that all our rural health centers, there is no way that they can exist without a youth-friendly corner. And those are the questions that actually, when we entrench gender responsive budgets, even as parliamentarians, we'll be able to say, yes, we are happy. We are going to build 100 health centers in our countries. But are these questions, answered? Because it's like, what is the problem? Why is it persisting? How can we deal with it? What needs to be done? How best can we do it? And, then how do we implement? So that tool is what also needs to be used in our gender analysis. So just giving an example of how without gender responsiveness, certain decisions and action will just be influenced from normally from a patriarchal perspective. A question then can be asked, what do we mainstream? Because we talk about gender mainstreaming all the time. So we mainstream gender equality as a fundamental value of development choices and institutional practices. You can imagine if the questions that I was asking, we are able to ask them. So it means then we are mainstreaming gender in most of the decisions that are going to be made. And the goal of this particular process is definitely sustainable development and bringing in practices within institutions, within our countries, through concrete action that can inform everyone. So it is gender mainstreaming or mainstreaming, rather, I can put it, it is a complementary aspect to women's empowerment, because we can never deny the fact that within the whole region, gender inequality status, like the Honorable Chair mentioned, remains an issue. Women are not on the decision-making table. Sexual reproductive health and rights services are not comprehensively providing the needs and aspirations of women and youth. Even when we talk about economic empowerment, women still continue lagging behind. Access to productive resources, women are still unable to access that. In as long as we're still dealing with this particular challenge, the situation of inequality, we can never achieve sustainable development. So our parliaments exist, provide checks and balances, but only as long as it is assuring more than 50%. We cannot afford. So I just want to share quickly the gender responsive budget approach. And youth development, policy that was set up. I took time to just appraise that, and I must say that it's a very good document. It sets the basis for the SADC-PF to ensure that we all focus on gender equality. So the policy seeks to translate commitments, the political commitments, and at the SADC-PF level, and also taking that into concrete practical interventions that are founded on democracy, gender equality, and human rights. This is a document that the GEWAYD is actually working with, a very good kind of basis, for gender responsive budgeting. And the policy is accompanied by a gender mainstreaming guidelines toolkit, which again I looked at to help all the stakeholders mainstream gender. So we have the toolkit that can be able to help the SADC-PF and the SADC region to actually mainstream gender. Apart from highlighting the need for political will and commitment at SADC-PF level, the same guidelines also touch on creating an enabling environment, focus on accountability mechanisms, and also decisions around gender equality. So meaning that we have a basis. And even when you look at the role of parliament, we already have the working tool through the policy that is available. So therefore, budgeting and financial resources in this regard introduce the need to implement GRB. We have no reason not to, because the basis is there. And the policy is very explanatory and very detailed on how that can be done. So no, it's not changing. It's skipping the next, okay. So why gender responsive budgeting is important? A budget that fails to address the needs of the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized has a high human and economic cost. We will just be budgeting, but the cost in terms of the human element will still be with us. So that's one of the things that Parliament will need to look at in its role to ensure that we don't have any other excuse not to adopt GRB, because it creates an environment for increasing productivity, for also increasing capacities, and ultimately dealing with lowering levels of well-being. Because many times, I'm sure many of you have heard, to say budgets in and out, year in and out, the people's livelihoods remain the same. So we need to move to a level where when a budget is formulated, people must see themselves in that budget. Because if they are the people that are being represented at various levels within our governance system, they are the ones that matter. Second point is, conversely, systematic discrimination against women and girls, including poor countries, will make it impossible for many to meet the poverty and gender equality targets in our SDGs. The Honorable Chair mentioned SDG 1.5, which is on gender equality, 10 and 16. And actually, I must say all the 17, because gender responsive budgets bring all the 17 SDGs to bear. And we will be able, with the different targets in there, at least for each and every cycle of our national development plan, we need to gauge ourselves as a region how we are responding to those SDGs. Besides, there are global documents that were adopted, by the UN member states. So public finance remains the most significant source of funding for gender equality. So this is a reason why I liked the nexus between public finance and gender responsive budgeting, because you cannot do the other without the other. And then beyond financing for gender equality, gender responsive budgeting also entails the design and implementation of economic policies. I alluded to that, to say because all policies must actually be informed by the priorities. So why gender responsive budgeting? So far, work that has been done, there are good examples in Rwanda and Ukraine. I would really encourage you to read the gender responsive budgeting for Ukraine. I know it's unfortunately they're in a war, but they had very good example of how they, implementing gender responsive budget, including Austria. So it has shown, one, women's and girls' rights can be upheld and vulnerability is reduced, as per commitments in various national, regional, as well as international agreements. So if we adopt gender responsive budget, we will be able to see the situation of women and girls and youth in general also being addressed. Secondly, abilities can be strengthened with gender responsive budgeting. How? In terms of enabling all members of society, to have the capacity and productively participate. Remember, Parliament is representing the voices of people. So how do we ensure that those people are also participating so they can bring their voice on the table of Parliament? So gender responsive budget, because it involves participation at the different levels, people will contribute, people will participate, they will raise their aspiration. And in that way, it's actually going to enhance their abilities to understand why a budget is very critical. The third point, why gender responsive budget so far, it also enables equal access to opportunities, which can be ensured. For example, I put there financial products targeting women entrepreneurs. Because when you are asking the right questions as per the framework and the gender analysis tool, we will be able to say, with what we are having in the entrepreneur environment, who is at play? Who is participating? Why aren't the others not participating? How can we get them to participate? So it's the same tool that can be applied in gender responsive budget. And you find that such interventions would effectively fight poverty at the end of the day, because everyone will be included. Issues of disease, issues of strengthening is a social infrastructure. Remember, I mentioned gender is about the social relation. So we need to strengthen the social infrastructure so that then there is an appreciation of gender responsiveness. So quickly, in terms of characteristics of GRBs and plans, when you have gender responsive budgets and the plans, this is what you'll be able to see. Although there is no single picture or style of GRB, each country can actually adopt its own, as long as the main standards and the main characteristics are agreed upon at each level. And then there must be mentioned which should be intended beneficiaries. So who are the beneficiaries? In any budget, there must always be a mention who the beneficiaries are. And we know it's women, men, youth, and everybody else. So there must be that description. So in each allocation, for example, who are the intended beneficiaries? Who are we seeing in this? What problem are we solving? And then budgets must be participatory and inclusive. There is no single unit, the Minister of Finance sitting on its own or Parliament sitting on its own and devising a budget. So there must be that inclusion. And then budgets must be proper, with specific focus on service delivery. I mentioned about the social sector, because that is what defines where our people are. But in the center there is the issue of making sure that budgets are unlocking access to services like water, education, social protection. Address women and men development priorities, like I was just mentioned. So this was just putting what I've said in one picture. And we need to make sure that the budget removes barriers, to women's participation, if we are talking about gender responsiveness, because they are the women, they are the ones that most of the times are excluded. And then lastly, there is need for a gender responsive budget plan to address women's unpaid care work. Because mainly, I think most of the times you find in our budgets, we never take into account and quantify the women's unpaid care work, because that is a fundamental aspect of also recognizing in a budget. Because once we do that, we are able to recompense, where women spend most of their times, especially their reproductive roles in society. Okay, some challenges quickly around adopting gender responsive budgeting. First and foremost, practically, and in our work and in my 17 years working within a gender organization, we found that there's been difficulties in accessing information from government departments and spending agencies, because gender responsive budgeting, remember, requires data. It requires information. So there's still a challenge of access to information laws that impedes. I'll give an example in my previous organization. We used to do gender analysis and gender tracking. So we'd pick, say, a health sector. We want to track the resources. So when we go on the ground, the health official will say, we need a letter. And that letter must come from the health head office in the city. So without that, you can't get information to just help to be able to track the resources for women, for example, around maternal health services or girl child reproductive health services. So that becomes a very important aspect in GRB. So as parliamentarians, this is one of the areas that you can look at. How are people enabled to have information. We know that access to information is power, right? Then we'll be able to engage from an informed perspective. Number two, inadequate skill sets within government planning departments are on the design of gender-specific intervention. That is one key aspect that we need to ensure that we have, or else our GRB will fall into jeopardy in terms of recognizing the implications of budgets. Thirdly, there's been slow implementation of policies, which I mentioned, and the proposed reforms aimed at ensuring adherence to expenditure plans. Because many times there's need for reforms, especially when we get into GRB proper, you'll find that most of our policies will need to be reformed, from that perspective of ensuring that they are responding the right questions. Who is being impacted? Why are they being impacted? What can be done? So our policies must be able to provide that. So challenges still, there's limited involvement of communities in budget planning and execution. My organization that I was working with, we embarked on an EU program where we are taking budget to the people, where we are mobilizing community budget groups for them to simply bring their aspiration. And for the first time, we were able to facilitate Parliament engaging with the community budget groups on what their views were on a national budget. And because people get involved, the budget will be informed accordingly. And then the last one, of course, which we cannot leave out at this juncture in our lives, is the impact of COVID-19, which has been having a telling effect on women and girls. Why? Because women and girls stepped into the pandemic from an already vulnerable position. You look at gender-based violence, women were at the center. Economic empowerment opportunities, women were at the center of not accessing. So that created a much deeper implication on the lives of women and girls. And when now we're talking about digitization, because COVID-19 taught us that we really need to get into the digital space. And at that time, many of our women and groups in the communities in the outlying areas of the region, I want to believe that we are all aware what happened. They were totally blacked out, and all because of the issue of digital infrastructure that is yet, to be invested in. And one of the calls which Parliament need to look at, how do we enhance the digitalization agenda, especially in the rural areas? Because even just connecting with our women groups in the rural areas, even now at financial sector deepening, you find you connect them, in no time they're out, connectivity challenges. So I think that is one of the issues that must find itself in our budgets as a region to be able to enhance inclusiveness without leaving anyone behind. So just lastly, maybe some quick actions that I'm proposing for the SADC-PF and GEWAYD as we continue our noble work. The first one is strengthening capacities and mandates of institutional frameworks in gender mainstreaming, including costing and adequately resourcing national policies, program strategies. So I think whatever we'll be looking at, we need to ensure that our member states are able to strengthen the institutional mechanism for GRB framework. Then secondly, we facilitate the SADC-PF plenary assembly to devise and approve mechanisms for member states to formulate budget codes and annual gender responsive budget standards. Because this should be a precursor, because when the Minister of Finance receives that, the budget code and the standards, then they'll cascade it all the other ministries. And when they do that, by the time the budget comes to Parliament, it should meet those standards, the minimum standard that should have been set. So there must be a process that must be facilitated by member states to be able to develop that. And I know that the SADC is good at coming up with model laws. So a kind of modeling around budget codes and the annual budget statements in line with the various national development plans would be a very good starting point for entrenching gender responsive budgets. Then the third proposal, promote adoption of access to information laws to be able to ensure that the basic information that is needed to champion GRB is actually made available. Let the different stakeholders, the civil society, the church, the government ministry, public sector, be able to access the basic needed information to be able to ensure that we bring gender responsive budgets to life. So number 4, strengthen coordinated and institutional dialogue among regional mechanisms. So learning platforms like you have, but coming up with a learning platform strictly on gender responsive budget to be able to come up with a coordinated mechanism. And this should involve women's advancement organization, the government, civil society, to ensure that there's integration of gender perspectives into national development plans. So once that is facilitated, then the member states can now each go into implementing that. And then at the next meeting, there must be a kind of peer reviewing that must happen in terms of what are the things that are happening in the different member states for learning. Then the other point is devise mechanisms to harness practical commitment at SADC member level to create an enabling environment for community involvement. The project that NGOCC is doing under EU and some of the partners, Oxfam, is actually proving that community involvement in budgeting process is a very fundamental unlocking key to appreciating the aspirations and needs of citizens. Then lastly, develop a model manual on GRB. That is if there is one, if there's one already, and the financial tracking mechanism. Because if we are going to talk about public finance management, there must be a public financial tracking mechanism for the region that can actually be looked at. So in conclusion, gender responsive budgeting is a critical aspect in public finance management that we have seen. It ensures expenditure benefits those who need it the most, because that's what those questions will draw us to there. It improves skills that are necessary to scrutinize policy making by the communities, by the citizen. It can be used to report on progress with government commitments to democracy and equitable economic development, because that is given. And then also we know that gender responsive budget strengthens monitoring initiative by citizens, because the citizens will be a part of it. And last slide, I think, yeah. It provides information and viable policy alternatives to challenge discrimination, inefficiencies, and also decide on the policy adjustments that are needed to achieve human development, because all budgets in our region should aim at advancing human development. Because if they are detached from human development, then there's no need year in, year out to be passing budgets for the sake of passing them, and people's livelihoods remain the same. So gender responsive budget will unlock that process, and it will ensure that public service delivery will be in sync with related policy statements. Because many times you find policies are good, our executive passes on very good policies and they'll make very good policy pronouncement, but many a times they're not being translated into a reality through the budget. So then there's always a disconnect between the policies and the practice of budgeting. And then also, of course, gender responsive budgets enhances gender awareness. It also enhances disaggregation of data and analysis of policies, and that budget in terms of the appraisal, assessment, implementation, and evaluation stages, because gender responsive budget will actually be done throughout the budgeting process. And it provides space for governments to work with many other stakeholders, because in gender responsive budget, there are different stakeholders that come to play. So I think that is the end of the presentation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for a very informative presentation. I now open a floor for the debate. May I please see or invite your hands, honorable members.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I've been reminded to find out in case there are any questions. I'll hang on a bit to answer them.
I don't see hands. It seems, Botswana.
Thank you. Is it? Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Talita Manakota, Member of Parliament from Botswana. And I'm a Member of Parliament from rural areas. I'm also Assistant Minister in the local government. So your presentation was so touchy, very touchy. And especially when it comes to women empowerment. Because most of the women are the ones who are more disadvantaged. Let me come here to our government. It seems we are a little bit ahead, and there's something happening, especially when it comes to poverty eradication and women economic empowerment. Why I'm saying this is because when you look at schools, all the primary schools and the high schools, the food which the students are eating, the bread, are cooked by the women, and the government is paying those women. That's empowerment. The uniform which are dressed by the kids have to be done by the local, have to be done by that local woman. And that woman has to be paid by the government. That's empowerment. That's why I'm saying we are a little bit ahead with the empowerment. So when it comes to poverty eradication, also it seems we are also a little bit ahead because each area has got its own difficulties and its own problems. For example, where I'm from a rural village, and there's also areas in Kasane where they are doing baskets. And the government has really make sure that they help those women to do those baskets, and they had to make sure that they are looking for the market for those women, especially outside. That's women empowerment. And also there's youth empowerment. Each and every village or each and every locality has got its own problems, but they are trying. That's why I'm saying this is a sensitive area. And as members of parliament, we have to really, as member of parliament ladies, we have to talk about budget in the parliament, especially for women, especially for youth ministries. That's where, even if you are sick, when you are talking of that ministry budget, you have to be there and you have to talk, because you are going to help lots of women. And when she said connectivity of communities in the rural villages, it's very true, very true. They will, you will help those ladies a little bit. Maybe they will be connected for a few months. After a few months, after getting that, I think there in the connectivity, I think lots of rural women, they need a lot of training. That's where we said the connectivity is it's very low and the involvement is very low. That's where the government, as member of parliament, we have to talk about their training. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just also, sorry, there's a hand. I just wanted to respond to the Honorable from Botswana that there can be no better intervention to GRB beyond enhancing women's empowerment. That's why I said in one of the slides that GRB is complementary to women's empowerment. One of the things that Zambia now in the new government has set up is that through what we are calling Constituency Development Fund, there is a proportion for Women's Fund, 20%, and a proportion for Youth Fund. It is hoped that within the constituencies, right at the local level, we can have dedicated interventions that can promote women and youth empowerment. So thank you. I think if it's working in Botswana, this is one of the interventions that are worth replicating in our different countries in the region, especially to be able to bridge the rural and urban dichotomy, because you'll find that many times when you talk about women's empowerment, our women in the rural areas are always left behind. So it's important to be able to create that. But at the same time, the women in the rural areas are the ones that are producing the food for the countries. So if they are the ones that are producing the food through their labor in agriculture, how can we enhance their economic empowerment, programs, so that then they can be part of the value chains, they can be part of the entrepreneurial kind of resources that will be allocated by, from the main budget, and also part of the constituency development funds. How can we enhance the participation of women? And so thank you very much. I think that's a very brilliant submission, in terms of enhancing the role of Parliament.
Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Chair. And before I proceed, may I thank Madam Representative. The name has just skipped my head, but you have done it so well. Further to that, I would like a bit of elaboration on few things. First, to the budget cycle. You talked of budget formulation, budget execution, accounting and reporting, and external security audit. If you ask me which one all over is performing well, I think it's the last one, because it comes later after everything has been done. But then before we reach that, what do you think about monitoring and evaluation? We disburse these funds and then they are taken, or every constituency gets the fund. What is happening there, we don't know until the Auditor General goes there to audit. But then it is just too late. I was thinking if we could think of something to intervene there and come up with something of monitoring and evaluation before the members of Parliament goes there to see the project. Sometimes money is disbursed, but then the physical project is not really there. So they say the money was disbursed, but nothing was done. Another thing I wanted to share is that I'm thinking, it's giving me challenge. We're all seated here from different countries. We've traveled far. A lot of expenses have been incurred, and we are talking about this gender responsive budget. Now I'm asking myself, who was supposed to sit in this class? We say this big group is of female, and few are the champions and the stakeholders who are assisting. Who were supposed really to sit in this class so that this thing could happen sooner, or if not yesterday? Where are the ministers of finance? Those who bring the plan and budget in the house, where are they? Until we report and we are now crying for our share, for the vulnerables, for the children. Children of who? They are all the children of Africa, children of SADC. And when are we supposed to know this? A bigger group here, we couldn't learn it earlier because of culture. Women had a place to stay. But by now, this is supposed to go even in primary schools. Let all the students, male and female, know their place. When they grow up, they know how to grab their share. Because when we talk of the cake, say the budget is for everybody. Further to that, I was also thinking, still, even if we keep yelling and, fighting for the share, it's not happening in all areas. We might think of, say, students
female students being given pads in school or nice toilets where they can change water, sanitation in school and whatnot. But I'm also thinking louder and I want you to help me. For the gender, we finish high school or we finish university with male, graduates. We get job together, but their promotion goes, they're ahead of us, they're directors, they're everything. And we as female, it goes so slowly. It's fortunate that today we have a deputy minister here. But then when you come to, I think it's in all the SADC countries, a big number of the ministers are male. Where are we? And we graduated together. They are going ahead of us. And when we want the same position, maybe, and it's not true that we are not performing. You have given an example. Your representation has, made us so proud. You presented so well. I don't know if there's another guru in Africa, in the SADC who can talk about gender like yourself. And you have given us this lesson so well. So I'm thinking of many things and I'm getting challenged. How are we going to get our share together? When you talk of the vulnerable, the children of the families, some we have them, their parents are right here, but then it seems as if they are not benefiting or they are not enjoying their share. And when we talk of revenue of the public, taxes are from everybody, not only one. So I'm just thinking loud and I would like you, Madam Presenter, to assist. How are we going to finish this yelling for so long? Otherwise, we'll be coming to South Africa, stay in this good hotel or elsewhere, write very nice thesis or whatever, and it is years now. When is it going to happen? I wanted it to happen yesterday. Thank you.
I think very well put. I'll start with the last one. So who is supposed to sit?
Sorry, Chair, can I?
Oh, okay.
Can I be given a chance before she responds? Okay. Because some of the things I think is what she's going to respond.
I'm worried because I saw two or three hands before you. So I think you should come in line. Okay. If that be so, let me give you a chance. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our presenter. Your presentation, it was too informative and also guiding. It's just one issue, the issue of women empowerment. You did mention the issue of Botswana, where they are setting aside 20% in order to make sure that the issue of gender is being addressed. In South Africa, I think it's 40% that the president spoke about. But my problem is the implementation part of it and also the monitoring. So if Botswana has achieved that, I just want, maybe we can be given an opportunity to listen to Botswana in order to know exactly what they did in order to make sure that the thing is happening. Because we do have policies, but the implementation part of it, it's not there. We'll keep on coming, talking about these things, but if we're not going to implement it, really we are going nowhere. According to me, nothing is happening inside the countries. Thank you.
I don't know if Honorable Chair, I can quickly respond and then the other ones.
No, I think you should respond to the questions that have been put to you now, and then we'll take another 3 after.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the first one, which I wanted to address myself to, was who is supposed to be here. And I'm saying, if we need to move from the position where we are, we need to regard ourselves at whatever level, wherever we are, as champions of sustainable development. Because at the end of the day, if we have honorable members of parliament, and for me, this is the good thing, because as members of SADC-PF and members of the standing committee of GEWAYD, you hold such a very strategic role. I know it may be easier said than done to say as a lone voice, you go back to our parliament and you say, this is what we learned, nobody listened. But I think this is what it should be. With the information that we have shared, it's up to us as members of SADC-PF, as members of GEWAYD, to see how we can then get our parliament to recognize the importance of such convening. Because there's no harm in the different member states, having these convenings at our own national level and inviting, different gender professionals that can come, at very minimal cost, really, because this, at the end of the day, is what should passionately drive us if we want to see women and men equally participating. For me, it's the principle that I came to lay the ground in terms of what we need to look at. And there lies a good example. Botswana, she kept on saying a little bit ahead, but they are ahead in terms of ensuring that they're implementing them. So meaning that it can work. Of course, it may not be easy. It may take a long time to be able to entrench the gender approach, let alone the gender responsive budget. Because like you said, the patriarchy that drives our economies in the region and in the whole world is something that is there. But how do we navigate the patriarchal environment? Is to be able to build the small little gender champions wherever we are. And that's why I believe that it can start from this room to be able to ensure that we take the fire back to our parliaments, for our parliaments to begin to see that important role. Then secondly, apart from us sitting in here and recognizing the different budget, what I shared was not the budget cycle, but the 4 dimensions of public finance management. So when you look at budget formulation, that is where the budget cycle is, where the Minister of Finance will issue a white paper, they will call for consultation, after consultation, they will then develop ultimately a green paper, then they will develop the medium-term expenditure, plans for that particular year or 2 years. And then after that, then they will call in for budget submissions from different stakeholders. When they do the budget submission, that's a budget cycle I'm mentioning, and then they will be able to now look at the different submissions and consolidate, and then they'll go back to the people to say these are the issues, and then now develop a white paper that will go to cabinet for now approval. So those particular processes, it is in the interest of parliament to be able to know what is going on. And because I mentioned one of the proposals that at SADC-PF, there could be a proposal that the member states need to develop budget codes that will also have gender responsive standards included in there, to say for any budget to come to parliament, and it's happening in Rwanda. We visited the Rwanda parliament to find out how the parliament ensures that there's gender responsiveness. So they have budget codes, and then they have certain budget standards. So each budget, before it comes to parliament, the Minister of Finance should make sure that there are deliberate steps that have been taken to respond to some of the gender standards that the ministry is following. Because the Minister of Finance will also have shared with the different ministry to say, if your budget needs to pass at Minister of Finance for us to consolidate, it must contain these gender responsive standards. So with that, you find that when it comes to parliament, the parliament will ask 4 questions. What is the budget code saying on health? What is the standard? Has it been met? Before you even start discussing it. So that is where the parliament will actually hold a very strategic role in ensuring that gender responsive budget happens. So that is what should really be informing at all the cycles. And that's why it's important that as parliamentarians, we are able to follow up and monitor the different stages at which the budget is. So when it comes to M&D, it's actually within the 3rd cycle of reporting, because M&D is about consolidating the different action and reporting what are the results. And in most cases, you find when a budget is adopted by parliament, we all wait for the end of the year. But any budget, ideally, at midway, there must be a policy statement from the Minister of Finance to say this is how far we've gone, this is the progress. And then also on the gender codes and the standards, then there must be a question at that level. What would the Minister of Finance be saying in terms of how far we are going and how we are progressing on meeting the gender aspirations that were agreed upon at the beginning of the year? So at that moment, Parliament should be able to have in each cycle of sittings to say midway, whether it's January to December, by June, July sitting, Parliament needs to be able to deliberate or hear the progress on the budget that was approved. So in that way, we can keep ourselves in check rather than waiting for the Auditor General to come and say, our objectives on this year's budget on gender was this, but this is where we are. So midway, then we can do the corrective measures to be done. So that would be my proposal as we get back. I think the women's empowerment, I cannot agree more with the Honorable here. We have very good policies, but implementation is always a problem. But what did I say? When we link public finance management to gender responsive budgeting, we will be able to get our executive to actually be on their toes, because then they will know to say, we need to go and report midway on what we are doing. In that way, we can also contribute to enhancing policy implementation, because that remains a challenge. Because sorry, Chair, to use example, when we were looking at the minutes and we were saying that the resolutions are sent to Parliament. So then I was saying, but we in here that were part of that meeting should take it as the champions of ensuring that what gets resolved at this level, we get back to our Parliament and follow up through the Parliament systems and things, so that when we meet next, we can be able to share the challenge. Because right now, we didn't hear what the challenge is. Is it non-action to the resolution? Then the question I'll be asking is, why must we continue meeting when the resolutions are not being actualized? So the question is, and I'm happy to say that, when I heard that Secretariat and the Chair will look at those, because there is need to come up with practical action, or else SADC will be rendered as just a talking show. And then we cannot afford to be a talking shop when we need to be setting standards for the region and to help the countries that need to learn from each other. How can we bring Botswana, to be that, country that we can all learn from in one of our agenda items? Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Presenter. I have a hand of honorable member from Angola, Namibia, Mauritius, in that sequence, and then I will take another 3 after your response. Angola?
Muito obrigado por me dar a palavra.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm an MP from the Angolan Parliament. I am the chair of the Women Parliamentary Caucus. I'm MP Nascimento. I would like to comment. Mrs. Mwale for her brilliant presentation. I would like to make reference to gender sensitive budgeting. Angola, we conducted exhaustive work between parliamentary women and the 5th Committee of the Parliament.
Não levam dinheiro e comprar pestanas pequenas.
Passe. Please.
Estão a gerir mal o negócio. Aprendam a gerir o negócio. Seu dinheiro é seu dinheiro. Dinheiro de negócio é dinheiro de negócio. Valeu para o público outra vez. E quando vocês fazerem bem, guardem o dinheiro. depois de terminar essa festa, por exemplo, terça-feira, ela diz que vendeu.
Muito obrigado. Eu primeiro felicito a senhora Moalo pela sua brilhante apresentação.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. There is some interference. Tavita Mashavana is speaking. The microphone switched on and it is causing interference. In the ICT, kindly mute Mr. Tavita Mashavana. And the ICT kindly mute Mr. Tavita Mashavana. We are not able to follow the intervention, not follow the intervention by the from Angola.
Que é a comissão do Parlamento que se ocupa da questão das finanças. Não sei se agora me está a ouvir. Está a ouvir, senhora Amual? Posso continuar? Posso continuar? I can stop. Yeah, okay. My English is not
vendedores, quando mais de 10 não olha para a sua cara, mas a mãe fala, é o liga da mãe. Não, e sejam responsáveis.
Eu gostaria de dizer que era melhor pôr outra pessoa de expressão inglesa agora, enquanto resolve o problema da tradução. Pode passar para uma pessoa de expressão inglesa, enquanto resolve o problema da tradução. Eu depois posso falar a seguir.
It looks like we have a problem of interpretation. Chairperson, there isn't a problem of interpretation. Please say something. There is no problem with interpretation. The problem is a certain Mr. Tavita Mashavana has forgot to switch off his microphone and it is causing interference. Mr. Tavita Mashavana is speaking on the floor. He is causing interference.
He's not hearing you. Madam, put it closer.
Is this one?
Yes.
Vocês têm todos bom contato. Quando o Rosa deixar as pessoas, diga para mim.
Hello? Hello?
Chairperson, I hope you can hear me. The problem is that Mozambique is not muted. There is a problem.
Aqui eu quero o dinheiro do seu marido para pagar essas contas.
Where is Mozambique?
Mozambique is here.
The interpreter is not here. He's out. Qu'est-ce que se passe?
Try to speak again, madam.
Technician, should help us.
Is the member online?
No, he's online, yes. There is a certain Mr. Tavita Mashavana. His microphone was on and he was causing interference.
Okay, is it resolved now?
Okay.
So the ICT can advise. I cannot tell you if he has already muted his microphone or not. The ICT should.
Yeah, português não.
He's muted. Gilbert, he's muted. Is that okay now?
Gilbert, switch your mic on, please.
Okay, it's okay now. It's sorted.
I can hear you, Gilbert. Sharp.
Posso começar agora?
Now we can continue, Angola.
Tem que começar novamente do princípio. Muito obrigado. Eu queria apresentar-me primeiro. Eu sou
I would like to introduce myself. I'm a member of parliament from Angola.
grupo de mulheres parlamentares.
I am
Meu
chair of Women Parliamentary Caucus. I'm here in the parliament. We have been working on
perspectiva de género.
gender budgeting.
Parlamentares têm estado a trabalhar com o Ministério das Finanças.
Women Parliamentary Caucus has been working with the Ministry of Finance and the fifth committee on finance from the Parliament and involving members of the civil society. And at the moment, we conducted some exhaustive work and we managed to obtain a presidential decree approving instructions for gender-sensitive budgeting to be included in the state budget, following a strict compliance with gender budgeting. Therefore, the Ministry of Finance has included gender milestone in all its programs in the state budget. Currently, we are amending the budget law in order to include in the area of principles and regulation on finance, gender-sensitive budget with a very clear mandate stating that gender-sensitive budgeting should take into account various interests between men and women and children, and the interest in the society regarding gender, and consider current inequalities emerging due to various realities in the country. The work we are conducting at the moment is leading us to gender budgeting. We have already conducted some training to women. Excuse me, honorable member. Excuse me, honorable member. It looks like it's not every one of us who can hear the deliberations. I don't know if the mic has got a problem or what. May you please come to our assistance, or the show me is okay now. Continue, Angola. Please continue.
Com a inclusão do orçamento sensível ao género,
following the production of gender-sensitive budgeting and its inclusion in the state budget, gender will have a wider and better access to services and public goods. We think that following its presentation, our work is on track and we need to continue to improve. In particular, we need to explain to other people outside of Parliament what is gender-sensitive budgeting, how it is processed, and we need to provide oversight on a regular basis in order to make sure that gender-sensitive budgeting is implemented. Until present date, there were difficulties in understanding what is gender-sensitive budgeting. They thought it was only a means of allocating more money, but sometimes it's a matter of prioritizing funding to maternity, to sexual reproductive health rights, HIV and AIDS, and all other areas related to women. We are working on this basis, and we continue to do so. With regard to
das zonas rurais,
the rural areas, the Angolan government is conducting some arduous work and creating programs to assist and improve the situation in the rural areas. There are some programs to provide assistance to families in the area of agriculture and to support women to give them access to bank credit for their empowerment. We are also improving health service delivery and education to the population. At the moment, our Ministry of Women Empowerment is conducting a specific program to support vulnerable families. Vulnerable families are receiving some money in order to help empower families and also to improve their living conditions. This is what I would like to share with you, and perhaps later I may take the floor again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Angola. We have after Angola, Namibia. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Paula Cooper from Namibia. The honorable members that spoke before me spoke about the components of women advancement and gender equality mostly. And there were sentiments coming strongly out about men, the inequality between men and women. But patriarchy, as for me, will never end. We as women must just jungle it out with them. But then what I want to speak about is, if we look at the theme, it says gender responsive budgeting within the framework of public finance management and issues affecting the youth in the SADC region and mechanisms for parliamentarians to directly engage with the youth. Now, I didn't hear from the previous speakers about the youth component. And in this committee as well, we discuss gender issues. We discuss women advancement issues, but we are forgetting about the other component of the youth. As a product of a youth movement, I have to speak about that. And as you already said, first things first, is our budget youth representative? Does it speak towards the upliftment of the youth, as they are the majority in our communities? And how do we bring them in? Does the budget address their needs and aspirations? And how will we consolidate as women, as people that advance for gender equality and women's advancement? How do we bring in the component of youth development into the budgeting? I so thank you.
I have now, after Namibia, Mauritius. And may I please bring to your attention, honorable members, that it looks like we are running out of time. We are running behind time. We have to break for tea. And then after that break for tea, we have another presenter come in, and then it will be the presenter will be leading us to lunch. So may we try, please, to be short and precise to the point. And I would like to know if it is your will, honorable members, that after our presenter takes the questions that you are putting now, will you allow me to take another 2 hands, or we go straight to tea before, without taking other hands? Zimbabwe? What will be your take to that?
In fact, I can give my slot because what I wanted to do, I wanted to add a supplementary to what the presenter and the previous member said about white paper. Quickly, just to share with you, in Mauritius, the Minister of Finance, what they do, they get into consultation with different communities, with members of parliament who are not part of the cabinet. They take everything before they do their budget. And I have to share something with you where an NGO, which is called Brave Girls, they submitted a white paper in the last budget where they suggested that sanitary pad for girls at school be free, and this was adopted in the budget. And this is just to tell you that this exercise of consultation with the public, with the community, with the member of parliament is an interesting procedure that we could adopt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mauritius. Now I have a hand of Democratic Republic of Congo and Zimbabwe. Yeah. Show me honorable members, may I now please take Democratic Republic of Congo, and then I will take Zimbabwe after.
Merci, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you also to the presenter. I would like to say something to my colleague from Tanzania. The big problem that we have is about implementation. We take resolutions at the level of SADC, but wouldn't it be possible that when we have meetings, for example, of ministers of finance, that our committee be invited so that we can try to persuade so that they can see how the budget will be done. We work at a sectorial level. For example, in the Congo, the responsibilities of partners with people and young people, it is only on the Ministry of SMEs, and that is they try to support women and young people in entrepreneurship with women, and that support is in fact women empowerment and young people's empowerment. This is why we will ask that when we have a meetings of ministers of finance, and members of our committee should be to try to lobby in a very broad manner, because if there is no implementation, if what we propose is not implemented, we will always try to complain, and there will be no solution. What is important now is the solution. And during our last meeting, we agreed that MPs should be involved so that these budgets that we propose should be inside the national budget. This is another fight, and even when it is inserted in the national budget, we have to go into implementation so that it is implementation. And because if it is not implemented, we will always go in circles. When will women have means to be empowered? When the government has not given so that women can be empowered, this is a very serious issue, so that young people are taken care of. That budget that is for young people must be implemented, and it must be with the ministries of finance and budget. And this is the case of the Congo. And this is we have, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Zimbabwe.
Center for your insightful presentation. My question is on unpaid care week. In your presentation, you mentioned that to remove inequalities, women's unpaid care week also needs to be taken up on board. My concern is that this subject is often misconstrued. I feel there is a need to unpack this topic so that our national parliaments understand how this should be addressed so that it is also included in GRB. Thank you.
Mozambique.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Firstly, I would like to greet you all and thank you for your presentation. My name is Marta Fernando, President of the Office for Women Parliamentarians. I would like to say that Mozambique has recording significant advances in the preparation of gender responsive budgeting, the result of actions taken by our government and the parity achieved in our government. Of the 22 ministries, 11 are headed by women. The experience in planning and budgeting on a gender responsive perspective shows a combination of commitment and political engagement and the reinforcement of capacity, which has allowed us to create the conditions within our legal and institutional frameworks to reflect the priorities and the commitments in the specific tools in the planning process for budgeting and the allocation of resources, as well as the role of Parliament as the inspection body, which is essential to ensure that these challenges are addressed. To this end, the work that is done by the Office for Women Parliamentarians and its articulation with the Budgeting Committee in Parliament and the Gender Commission must be strengthened. Training and capacity building, particularly of staff in planning, budgeting on a gender responsive perspective, must be ongoing. And to this end, it is essential to continue to strengthen partnerships with institutions to improve health, education, and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mozambique. I see the last hand will be a gentleman, I think is a member of youth.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. And I think I echo the sentiments of the room in saying the presentation, Honorable Banda, was quite inspiring. Coming from a tech background, I'm struck with my privilege, I think almost every day, by looking at the number of women in this space, or at least the lack thereof. So the question I have is there room to move beyond, that is in our gender budget, to move beyond responsiveness and going also into the idea of proactiveness within our budgets? That is to say, the reality we face is that by 2030, 60% of the jobs we'll have then do not currently exist. So if we are only reactive, that is to find the gaps that currently exist and how we can address them, then we are only addressing partial problems, or at least giving partial solutions. Our hope should be that by that 2030, we have created an environment through our budgeting that enables not only for women and the youths, as been previously said, to be the ones creating those 60% of the jobs, not just aiming for us to be participating in the 60% of the new jobs. So my question again, to put it more clearly, is in our budgeting, is there that those frameworks, those measures and mechanisms that allow for future gaps and future challenges, or at least forecast those and try to preemptively address them?
Thank you to you, Ms. Mwale.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those very good insights. A number of them were just like sharing some good practice examples. So I'll start with Angola. Angola shared more in terms of what is happening there, how they were able to build partnerships through the Women Parliamentary Caucus and other stakeholders and civil society to be able to get the president to issue a decree and approve gender-responsive budget. But what I wanted to emphasize there is that a gender-responsive budget is not like an insertion into the main budget. It is not a separate budget, but it is a principle or it is a strategy within which budgets must be formulated. So that again is something that we need to take away. So when we talk about gender responsive budget, we're not talking about a separate budget for women and youth, but we're talking about incorporating a principle of ensuring that gender is made a central aspect whenever we are formulating budget. And that is tied into the last question where you are asking to say, can we move beyond responsiveness to being proactiveness? Responsiveness in this is just, it's a term, gender responsive budget. Responsiveness in this case does not mean responding. Yeah, if I can put it this way. Responsiveness is about taking into account the very aspects that must be in the budget. So there are two terms I heard, was it Angola, who were talking about gender sensitivity and responsiveness. Those two terms are different. You can be sensitive to something, but we don't take action. So the issue of sensitivity must always be coupled with responsiveness. So, and that's why it's called gender responsive budget, not because we are responding to situation, but it's a practice of being able to respond that which has been analyzed from the beginning. So it's really, if I can put it where, in this sense, it can still be used synonymously with being proactive. You know, because when you are developing a budget, you will have gone through a process of analyzing what are the issues from a gender perspective. And when you analyze them, now you get into action that will respond to those very issues that will have come out from the analysis. And I said that the analysis is guided by a gender analysis tool, which always asks what is happening, why is it happening, who is it impacting, how can we change, and how can we implement. So that is a tool, and it's called a gender analysis tool, that is used to be able to analyze every situation, to be able to come up with interventions that will respond to those issues. So I thought I could highlight that, but well done to Angola, because it looks like at least they are really utilizing, especially the Women Parliamentary Caucus, they are setting a pace of ensuring that the gender responsiveness, beyond being sensitive, is actually made to respond to the citizens' needs and aspirations. And then what came out from Angola was also the issue of oversight on a regular basis. Because when we pass a gender responsive budget at the beginning, I think the oversight by Parliament can never be overemphasized. So there is need for regular oversight in terms of asking the right questions as to what is happening, rather than waiting for the Auditor General. Namibia, women advancement and gender equality. Where is the youth in the presentation? I think I kept on alluding to the fact that when you talk about gender responsiveness, it's not just about women. It's about women, men, and the youth and children even, because gender responsiveness cuts across all sectors. And it's important that we open up avenues and opportunities for everyone, to be a part of the gender responsive budgeting. And it's also dependent on the spaces that are created. How are the youth being provided the spaces within the budget cycle, for example? How can we encourage the youth to be better coordinated? And so that when it's time for budget consultation, they can also seize the moment and be able to bring in the youth-related aspects onto the table. And in that way, when the Ministry of Finance is consolidating, then they will be able to have received, submissions from everywhere. But I would want to mention here, most of our governments, when it comes to the issues of consultation, it's not every issue
that finds itself in the budget. And that's where the challenge always remains. And many people you find, they'll say, even if we submit this and that, our issues are never taken on board. So it's an issue of how do we actionalize what comes from the consultation and develop a roadmap. It's not everything that can be in one budget. You know, then there can be a roadmap. The issue I talked about, the medium-term expenditure framework, as well as the national development plans, need to guide how we are able to ensure there's consultation on the priority, because there are so many things, but when a country agrees with the broader participation of stakeholders that for this particular 5 years or 10 years, the priorities for this country are this, then everyone works around those priorities, and those are the ones we want to see in the budget. So that is the most important one. And I'm also aware there's a presentation that will bring in the youth participation later. You guide me, Honorable Chair. So I saw that on the program. Then we can interrogate that presentation even more. And then with Mauritius, I like what the Red Girls are doing. They are coming in at budget submission. And already we can see how the political commitment takes into account some of the key submissions that come from stakeholders. It's a good example which must encourage all other stakeholders to be able to make sure they seize the moment whenever government calls for submission. And even us as parliamentarians, it is our duty to get back to our constituencies, encourage them to submit. You know, when Minister of Finance calls for that. But one of the most important things that we need is to ensure the agenda experts within our ministries of finance to support our aspiration in terms of ensuring we come up with gender responsive budgeting. DRC, I think the GEWAYD is being challenged here. That the GEWAYD as a very strategic standing committee of the SADC-PF, we need to assert itself, you know, to make sure that we influence the GRB and the sharing during the meetings of Minister of Finance. I like that proposition. Can we have a representation from the GEWAYD, you know, when the Minister of Finance are meeting, to be able to present their aspiration, like what we've discussed today. At some point when the Ministers of Finance, we can be able to ask them the right question. Why is it still a problem to try and get GRB to be entrenched? So those are the things that the GEWAYD can actually, you know, score in terms of getting everyone. Zimbabwe, I know the unpaid care work narrative can actually take a whole day. I simply refer to it as an example. But what it means is simply this. When our governments are calculating gross domestic product, GDPs, normally they will look at certain monetary and fiscal fundamentals in terms of, you know, the exchange rates, you know, what is happening with the interest rates, and also the economic activities. So what we are saying in governments to take into account the unpaid care work as they calculate their GDP, it's important. I can give one example. In the work of HIV and AIDS, we find that in many situations, many of the patients, because they are on long-term kind of therapy and they need that support, when they get back to our home state, the ones who are providing the home care, the home-based care, the ones who are making sure there's nutrition for the patients, most of the times are women and girls. But then that contribution that is added by those who provide the services outside the national government structures or system like health, it never gets quantified to be able to show the contribution of women and girls out there, because or else it would have been the responsibility of the state, you know, to take care of those that are on long-term therapy. So that is one example that we say when we are saying the unpaid care work of women and girls need to be quantified and included when we are quantifying or when we are calculating our GDP. It's very, very important, because then when we are budgeting, there are certain budget components that will be able to say around home-based care, can we provide some kind of incentives, or we provide some kind of cushion for those that are providing care within the health system, you know, so that we are able to recognize that this is what they're doing. So that is unpaid. So there can be so many examples in education for those who provide education in the communities. the community school, labor. Many a times you find communities have to, where we're working, communities have to contribute to pay their teachers at community level. So how does government recognize that value that is being contributed within the education sector and quantify it and include it within the education budget? So those were just some examples to just try and break down what I meant by unpaid care work and including that in our budgeting. Lastly, Mozambique, I think they were simply sharing the value that GRB has been able to bring in terms of enhancing capacities on policy engagement, but also strengthening the skills and the partnership building, most importantly, is what Mozambique gets. So those are some of the good practice examples that we can take to say GRB requires broad-based stakeholder participation, civil society, government, women's movement, and the technocrats, the academia, and the research institutions to develop data. So that is what can enhance a GRB, and those are some of the examples. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mwale. Round of applause, please. Honorable members, as I mentioned, we are behind time. May I please request you to allow me to call our next presenter, but while we call our next presenter, I will request you to maybe one by one, giving each other a chance to go out, have a tea and some refreshments while our presenter is taking the floor. Our second session is on the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategy Plan 2019 to 2023, a review. This presentation will be made by Dr. Sinye Ubuseng, an independent consultant, after which we shall break for lunch. Actually, we're supposed to come back at 2, but may we please talk about it when we get to the end of this session. Over to you, Dr. Sinye. May you please take the floor? Okay. I humbly apologize to you, Doctor, for taking much of your time. We have left you with very little. I'm worried you are going to have a short time to squeeze your presentation. I humbly apologize. maybe we should use this time to perhaps have some coffee, refreshment. Yeah, 5 minutes maybe.
It is an afternoon.
Yeah, honorable members, now we start. After a tea break, may we please start? Our consultant is here. Over to you, Mr. Lona.
Thank you, Session Chair. Honorable members present here. Good, it's actually an afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is not Dr. Senior, but I am working with him. He is running another session, the parallel sessions. My name is Leonard Dikobe. This session is meant to create an interaction to give us, the consultants, an indication of the progress that has been made in the implementation of the strategy. And specifically because this is the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, we will be focusing on those elements that are best understood by this Standing Committee. Just as a bit of an introduction there, which is information I believe the Standing Committee is well vested with. We will go straight into describing the rating scales that we will be using as we interacting in this session. We've adopted a 6-point Likert scale that is looking at the scale of 6 is on things that are highly satisfactory in terms of the performance. All the performance parameters were fully met as planned, and the list being highly unsatisfactory or where we strongly disagree, and saying that none of the parameters were met and there were severe shortcomings in the implementation so far. Noting that we are at the mid-term evaluation of the strategy period. So we still have an opportunity to improve where there are deficiencies. So just by way of maybe a show of hands, just to help us appreciate the level of familiarity with the SADC-PF strategic plan amongst the honorable members present here. If you'll allow me, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have, maybe by a show of hands, those who are aware of the strategic plan in question. I would like to see a show of hands, Mr. Chair. A quick show of hands for those who are aware of the strategy in question. The SADC-PF strategic plan. I see one hand.
Mr. Leonard, I presume you are asking honorable members?
Yes, it's a question to the honorable members.
Yes, and they're seated mostly this side, and with their country tax.
Okay. All right. The committee members. Yes, please. Could I have a show of hands for those who are aware of the strategy that we're talking about, the strategic plan, the SADC Parliamentary Forum strategic plan?
We don't see a hand. May you please, our consultant, tell us? So we bring them along.
Okay. All right. That is noted. But we, however, appreciate that there has been substantial pieces of work going on within the parliamentary forum, that speak to specific elements of the strategic plan. So we will just have a quick run through on that. So that we appraise the strategic results that have come out of the implementation of the strategic plan. To step back a bit, the vision, as defined within the strategic plan, is that the Parliamentary Forum will be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development within the SADC region. That is the vision, where we want to see ourselves at the end of the strategic period. And the mission is to promote and facilitate the parliamentary processes necessary to enhance the oversight, the legislative, the budgetary, and the representative roles of the members of parliament at both national and regional levels by bridging the gaps between parliaments and citizens in view of the positioning of the SADC region as a cradle of participatory democracy. That's a mouthful, but I think also it's quite stimulating to see that this is where we want to be as a parliamentary forum. Now, we would like to appreciate on both the mission and the vision, where we're seeing progress being made to achieving this element of the vision, right? Have we achieved it, or we are on track, or we are off track, which means we're on the red line? It's a sort of a robot configuration, or traffic light configuration. So if I could get the feedback on to what extent have we achieved what we intended to do in the vision, to be the flag bearer of democratization and socioeconomic development in the region. Could I have, I had needed to say that this is going to be an interactive session. It is actually not a presentation, but an interactive session. So I'm going to need feedback. I'm not really giving information. I'm here to seek the information from the honorable members. So on the vision, have we achieved, are we on track, or we're off track in terms of just the vision? Honorable members?
Mr. Leonard, maybe you can read the vision again.
I will happily read the vision again. Our vision as the Parliamentary Forum is to be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development for the SADC region, the flag bearer.
So if I might assist honorable members.
Yes, please.
Let's facilitate the consultant for the process to be useful. So in terms of the work that you have been doing, of course, the last 2 years we've met mostly virtually, including through committee sessions and plenary assembly. Try and link your experiences with the vision and any other of the information the consultant is providing, and you see whether we have achieved some of those things from your experience or we haven't, and that's the feedback he needs. So I see he has 3 categories where there is off track, there is on track, there is achieved. So we need general feedback from the honorable members of the committee, the extent to which we have performed against the strategic plan. So I will encourage the consultant to make sure that you read out every section so that honorable members are able to relate in their mind, and then they can provide feedback. Over to you, consultant.
Okay. I see 2 hands up. One from Zambia, another one from Tanzania. Zambia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just for your information, this is my first meeting ever in this setup. And I'm sure that there could be a few more other people. So our not responding to your question does not mean we are not interested. It's just that we don't have the basis to respond. Thank you.
Welcome, Zambia. Tanzania?
Thank you, Chair. I have two problems. One, I don't hear him well. Secondly, he introduced the topic as a questionnaire. When it comes to questionnaire and he's asking the same questions, every individual has different way of responding. And as we are seated here, we are responding as a country now. I'm not responding as Shirley, I'm responding as Tanzania being a member of SADC-PF. Now that's why every country is looking at each other well. I don't know how the consultant wanted to be, but once it's a questionnaire, I think the way of understanding what we've done so far, what we've achieved, what is on track, I beg to be more impartial. I don't know.
Understood. I think your point is clear. Our consultant should have noted it. Over to you, Ndati.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have noted that. I will try and be as close to the microphone as possible so that I can be visible. Of course, there's the limitation that I am muffled.
I think if you're comfortable, you can remove your mask. If
okay, well, hopefully that is safe. The last time they checked, they said I was COVID negative, which was about 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, they said I was COVID negative. So I hope things have still remained the same. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, I noted the point that was made by Honorable from Tanzania that the questionnaire seems to beg for input of the individual, of the committee, although the questions, the way they are structured, it makes it difficult because everyone represents a country here. So the responses of any one person would be on the experiences of that one country. Yes, but I think what is going to help us would be a quick sort of round of reflections where we are then able to say, okay, collectively, do we see ourselves having made progress in achieving the vision? Are we on track or are we off track? I think that is what is going to be helpful. I see there's a hand up at the back.
Honorable Chair, if I may also guide honorable members. So the consultant is they're meeting with members in their respective standing committees. So the delegates from the respective countries who are in the standing committees will also be interfaced with, because our means of delivery is through committees. So we would want your personal experiences as members of the Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development members individually and collectively. So feel free to be able to respond from that perspective and not necessarily from the perspective of the experience of the country, if that helps, Honorable Shirley.
Noted.
Well, thank you.
Honorable members, the way I understand, you are at liberty to answer the question of our consultant the way you understand it, the way you if it is according to your experience from your jurisdiction, or if it is according to your experience in SADC Parliamentary Forum, whichever way our consultant will appreciate.
Maybe as we are going through the thought process on the vision, which is a much more overarching statement about where we want to be as a forum, as a parliamentary forum, we may also be reflecting on the mission, right? What we stand for as the forum. We talk about enhancing the oversight functions. We talk about enhancing the legislative functions, the budgetary functions. Part of the discussion, just as I was coming in here, was about the budgetary processes that are able to respond to the identified gender gaps. Right. So it's those sort of functions on the budgetary side of things, but also we also talk about the representative roles, right? How well has the forum been able to enhance our capability to represent the people we represent and do that well? So we would be reflecting on the work that the committee has done or has reviewed, the support that has come from the forum to the various committee members. Thank you, Mr.
Since we don't see hands, our presenter, I think from my point of view, if we talk about oversight, we are not exactly where we want to be, but we are getting there. A function of parliament is to see executive doing its mandate. Its mandate being serving the nation. Our executives from various jurisdictions I would say they are doing, but we are not where we want to be. We are not where we want to be. If we talk about an issue of inclusiveness, we want to see a youth taking decisions in parliament. We want to see women taking decisions in parliament. We are not 100% there. It will differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Other states will tell you they are at this margin percentage-wise. Others will tell you they are at this margin percentage-wise. But in the nutshell, we have not come to where we want to be. We still have a problem of parliaments who have less number of women in parliament, meaning women are very, very well less in numbers in decision making, budget in the process of budget, and so on and so forth. So we in the nutshell we can say we are moving on. We are getting there, but not in the pace we want.
So it isn't something that we could say we've achieved. Let's.
Zambia.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to have our input on the topic on the floor. I think that as a nation, particularly with this new government we have in Zambia, there are tremendous efforts that have been put in, and we're still putting in to ensure that women and the youths are not left behind. we have very good examples where we have a number of institutions now, key institutions that are being led by women. For example, for the first time, we have the Speaker of the National Assembly for the first time is a woman. The clerk from the National Assembly is a woman, and there are other institutions that I can talk about. Though, when it comes to parliamentary seats, there we have a lot of work to do, in the sense that the women that made it to parliament are very few compared to the number of men. But where it comes to appointments in government and so on, I think the new government is doing very well. Of course, we have a number of issues of concern when it comes to the youths. And what we have done is that we've looked at youths that could not make it to university, those that dropped out, for example, in grade 7, those who failed to go to high school, and those who failed to go to senior high school. We've introduced a system where the government has offered, and in fact, the government has sponsored already these young people to give them skills. So just yesterday, I received a message from my constituents that the names that we had submitted, we're talking about 136 youths that I recommended to be taught these skills. So we are trying as a nation. I think, as the chairman put it, we are not there yet, but there are visible efforts to ensure that women and youths are not left out in our budgetary system. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I saw a hand from Tanzania at the back there.
Tanzania. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. If I may suggest that we leave the vision as it is and come back and the mission. Then we start with objective number 1, then go downwards, because to question the vision and mission, to me, say the mission is a continuous one, and I don't even know since when it was in place, but to look at the objectives, it's easier for me to respond. So I'm just suggesting to our presenter that we start with objective number 1, downwards, and then we'll come back for vision and mission. I submit.
Namibia?
Yes, Chairperson. I was a bit lost, but I think that my mother from Tanzania brought some light to, the discussion. I was totally lost. I could not understand. I could not even follow. I was asking them, what's happening? So I think that might probably be a good move in the right direction. Mr. Submit, Chairperson.
Tanzania, may you please?
Sorry.
Angola.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I think that the document should have been shared with members of Parliament before, so that we could read through the document. And at the same time that you send a questionnaire, we would read the entire document, we would look at the questionnaire, and today we would be ready to discuss the different opinions given. This way, the way that it's done, most of the people that were outside of this, it's the first time that they're seeing this. This is the first time that I'm at a meeting, at a SADC meeting that addresses this. in particular. So I think that this should have been distributed. This document should have been distributed before the meeting for us to be able to study this document. And then today, with the document already studied, we could then discuss the different parts. We could discuss the mission, objective 1, objective 2, 3, and so forth. Like this, I think it's very difficult for us to step in to strategic planning. Thank you very much.
Mozambique.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I would like to second the contribution from the Angolan MP, because this is the first time that we're looking at this document. And it's going to be very difficult for us to contribute because we haven't seen it previously. We haven't gone through it. We haven't been able to analyze the document. Thank you very much.
Zambia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that I'm not trying to dispute the suggestions that have been made, but I think we are here. There is a way we can move forward. We are leaders. So I think let's use our discretion not to waste this time that we have. We can't cry over the mistakes that have been made. We need to find a way to move forward so that we get something out of this. Thank you.
I saw your hand up, Swaziland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the lady from Angola because, is it Angola? I support you because if we start now with this, we might take 4 hours because you've got to be careful what you're doing and saying. Thank you very much.
Mr. Leonard, I am guided that honorable members they know about they know our objectives as members of parliament. Now, if you can go through them, maybe say one by one. Take for example, we're talking about gender equality. What can we say about gender equality? as of now, because we are on the midterm now. From where we taking the pace we are going, what can we say about gender equality as members of parliament from various jurisdictions? What can we say about gender? Is it like Zambia has just mentioned? What will you say is taking place in your parliament, Swaziland? Are women included in decision making in parliament? Do we have young people included in parliament in your jurisdiction? Or it's only men in parliament, no women in parliament? Is it only elderly people, no young people, no young people in parliament? I think this is what is our objective as parliamentarians, to see any progress. Do we see any progress, or only few people, only male people are making decisions in our countries for the rest of the nationals? I please see your hands, honorable members. Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our country, we are free, and it depends on who wants to go to parliament. Youth, men, with women, there've been very few that goes because of the commitments of their families before. But now, even women, we've got even a law that even if the women are not enough in number, you go again to get more women as district MP, from district MPs to parliament, so that we're covering the 50%. We're trying to cover the 50%. The youth, because as you know, Chair, elections are very expensive, very, very expensive. So the youth will always be behind because there's no funds for them. That is the only issue, and everyone is in Swaziland is free to go for elections. Even if you are not a Swazi, but you're holding a temporary citizenship, we do go for elections. Thank you.
Welcome, Eswatini. Zambia.
I wish to concur with the previous speaker and maybe make a little contribution. It's very true. Our experience, I think, as a country is what she's exactly said. You can't win an election without money. So I suppose that there should be deliberate policies where women and youths ought to be empowered. I've lamented about a few things I've observed in my country, where you find a retired bank manager, I'm just using this as an example, but someone who is retired from government service, instead of going on retirement, they will use their financial muscle to campaign, thereby sideline the youths that do not have money to run for an election. So I've been thinking that there must be a deliberate policy where, for example, if someone is a government officer and they are retired, make a law that does not qualify them to run for an election, so that the national cake is shared widely. So I think that this is a matter that needs a deliberate policy where women and youths can be empowered financially to enable them run for an election. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the information. I think it helps to crystallize or give substance to the issues at hand, the examples that are coming out of Zambia and Swaziland and Eswatini. My sincere apologies. Now, going back to the proposal, the suggestion that we look at the objectives one by one, because that's where the details are, and that's where we're able to relate to the work that takes place on the ground. I think that was the sentiment from Tanzania. I'll just do a quick run through on the objectives of the strategy, and I believe we will be able to see our place as this committee here on these strategic objectives. I'm well aware of the fact that we are the committee specifically dealing with issues of gender, women empowerment, and youth empowerment. So within these strategic objectives, I hope that we'll be able to see our place, our role in there. The first strategic objective of this strategy is to promote interparliamentary cooperation, diplomacy, dialogue on issues of regional interest in view of advancing democratization and socioeconomic development for the SADC member states. So in there are some of the issues relating to youth empowerment and gender, as we've just heard from Swaziland and from Eswatini. My tongue needs a bit of a twisting the right way, and from Zambia. Right? So that's where I would then like a reflection by the committee to say that we are making some progress. We are not quite there, but we're making headway. We're in the right direction. I think that's what the on track means. We're in the right direction. We're seeing encouraging examples that if we continue to do more of what is happening, we will ultimately get to where we want to be. Right? Or are we totally off track that we need to stop and rethink or stop and head in a different direction? That's what the off track means. So far, I haven't had the sentiments that we're totally off track, which is encouraging. Right? So that is the strategic objective one that looks at, is the interparliamentary, is there cooperation between parliaments?
Excuse me. The slide, please.
Okay, is it me who puts this? Oh, okay, it's the gentleman at the back. Okay, so if you don't see what I'm saying, it's not me, please. It's the gentleman at the back. All right, excellent. Thank you, madam. I didn't even realize that it wasn't showing here. So that's the strategic objective one that's looking at cooperation between parliaments. Right? Possibly even learning between parliaments on what works, what doesn't work. When somebody else succeeds, you want to know why are they able to succeed, right? So it's that sort of cross-fertilization between parliaments and this and that is encouraged, that we want to achieve through this strategic objective one. Right? If one parliament seems to be somehow able to attract women members of parliament, we want to know how, what it is that you do that we aren't able to do here. So it's that sort of spirit of cross-fertilization that we want to, so how much of that is happening? Are we on track with that cooperation between parliaments? Or are we totally off track, which means we're on the red?
Excuse me, moderator. I see the hand of Namibia. I see Angola. Maybe they have some questions or point of order.
It's not a question. It's not a point of order. I want to contribute. I do not know whether I will be on the right track to contribute. Because the moderator mentioned about what is it that your country has done that have attracted many women to parliament? Is it leveled? Is it whatever? I want to give you an example. I think that somehow, not 100%, not 100% of 50-50 gender representation, but the political party I'm coming from, in Namibia, have a 50-50 gender representation policy, and it's in the constitution of the SWAPO party. And that's how you go to parliament. But there is also a quota for youth. But then it depends from the ones that the youth are nominating, whether it is former youth league members, whether it is current members, whether they're in the youth bracket, if you now go to parliament. Now, I've seen that there was also a new trend of the other political parties that they would also follow suit, even though it is not in their constitutional provisions. And I think that that's where we are now of the representation of men, women, and youth. The youth component, not that much represented, but we can say we have a few of the young people in parliament, in the youth bracket. We also have a deputy minister who's very young. I think she's just 24 or 25. One of the youngest member of our parliament will be speaking today here in this session. So she's 22 years of age. And that's how we are moving forward. So I think that that's probably what we can do. But then it must also be implemented. If it is not implemented in the constitutions of the political parties, then it will be difficult to bring them on a 50-50 gender representation basis to National Assembly now. But it's very difficult with the National Council, with the Senate probably in the other countries, because it's constituency councillors that are drawn. And then they do not have the list system like the National Assembly, but they are coming directly voted from the constituencies. And that's where the problem is with the representation of women. If there are more men voted in a constituency, then you will not have that balance in the National Council. So that's probably where we will see, but it also depends from the constitution of a country. So probably electoral reformations or reforms must take place and put compulsory gender representations into the electoral requirements, that men, probably a percentage of probably 50% men, 50% women must be compulsory voted into as well. But you do not have control over in constituencies, but at the National Assembly and probably at the municipalities, it can be done because those ones are list systems. I shall submit.
I saw the hand of Angola, and then it will be Tanzania. Angola?
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to contribute saying that... No? They need to select, can you... No, could you please select the English channel and let me know whether you can hear their interpretation? Interpretation?
From Angola, may you please tap off when I'm talking to them so that they can. Hello?
Can you hear the interpretation? I am on. Can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear the interpretation on the English channel? Can you hear any interpretation? Consegue me ouvir? Can you hear me on the English channel?
Recording in progress. Angola?
Angola.
It's fine now.
Thank you very much. I would like to say the following. In Angola, the system to be elected to parliament is that you have to be a member of a political party. So it's from the political parties that members of parliament are appointed. Currently in Angola, we have many youth in parliament. And this year, in the Congress of the MPLA, my party, the one that is in power, our president indicated that there will be a 50-50 balance because we're going to look at parity. We had more men in all of the country's structures than we had women. Currently, we have 30% women in parliament. We have a large number of women in government, women as governors, as municipal administrators or mayors, national directors, secretaries of state. It's not yet the number that we desire, but I think Angola is on track. And this year we have more women in the party's management than men. We have one more woman in our central committee. So you spoke about gender equality, there should be, or gender parity, there should be 50-50, but we actually had one woman more than men. So our system is not with independent members of parliament. We do not have independent members of parliament that can run for parliament. What they can be is members of civil society who come into the party and then can be voted into parliament. That is my small contribution at present. Thank you.
Tanzania, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. We've really taken time to start this exercise. I have two suggestions. One, presenter to read the objective so that even those who are not English speaking can understand. Then we go to the checklist. Was it achieved? On track? Off track? Then we tick. Then objective 2, 3, I don't know how many pages we have by now. Then discussions to come later. You know, Honorable Chair, you know how we politicians are. We can talk. We can, you know, on the podium. Now, our presenter is just looking at us and listening. We are very much off track. If you may allow me, and if the rest of the, otherwise we're not going to make progress. We'll just be doing merry-go-round, yeah? Merry-go-round, round, and time is over.
Mr. Thank you very much. Mr. Leonard, our presenter, may you please, in the interest of progress and in the interest of time, do as members request.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to Tanzania for the progressive proposals. I'm going to, as proposed, and I think it's quite in order, that I read every strategic objective, and when I complete reading the strategic objective, now the task is to determine where we are. Are we on the green? Are we on the yellow? Or are we on the red? Right? And then we'd move to the next strategic objective. And then when we done with the 7 strategic objectives, then we can then come back to elaborate where we feel clarity is needed especially where we are in the red, there's some serious explaining to do, not only to ourselves here and to all our stakeholders. Why are we in the red? So let me start. I had started to talk about the strategic objective number 1, which is to promote interparliamentary cooperation between the parliaments, to promote diplomacy and dialogue on issues of regional interest in view of advancing democratization and socioeconomic development within the SADC member states. Right? That is the objective number 1. Now, we've had examples which we appreciate of what is the progress, right? So that then means we are in a position to be able to say, are we in the red, are we in the yellow, or are we in the green, right? Green means achieved, that we are there, we can get that we have the trophy now. We've reached the end of the race, we have the trophy, right? Okay. Thank you. I've noted that, right? So I'm going to read sorry, it's not this one here. I'm going to read the next strategic objective. Number 2, let me just blow it up a little bit. Okay. The second objective of the strategy is to align, to harmonize, and to create operational and institutional linkages between the SADC Parliamentary Forum, standing committees and programs, and the SADC organs and sectors. Right? There's the SADC organs and the sectors and the secretariat. And then there's also the the Parliamentary Forum, standing committees and its programs. Right? So what we are intending to do is to align and harmonize this so that they are speaking the same language, they are working towards delivering the same impact that we want in the region. How well have we done that? Are we still having the SADC Secretariat doing one thing, and then next week there is the SADC Parliamentary Forum probably saying something else, or we are singing from the same book? Thank you, honorables.
Hence, honorable members, are we on track?
We're on track. We are with that one.
On track. Secretariat is working well with the committees, with the members, so we are on track.
The third strategic objective, thank you, honorable members, is to facilitate capacity development and other programs of support for members of the forum, for staff of parliaments to augment the skills, the knowledge, and the competencies. We want to facilitate the capacity development, or simply we want to build capacity, right, of the members and of the staff of parliament to be able to do what they need to do and do it well. So how are we on track, or are we totally off track, or are we holding the trophy?
Honorable members, our facilitator is asking if we are doing well with our parliaments, the staff from our parliaments being capacitated. I think that one will differ from parliament to parliament as to whether your secretariat in your jurisdiction is being capacitated enough or not. I think that one will differ. Anyway, I am noticed that when you answer for for the purpose of Hansard. You have to press so that when they make a report, they report what you have answered. So may I have your answers? Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to assist there to say this is speaking to SADC Parliamentary Forum, capacitating members of parliament, including, for instance, members of this committee. To what extent do they feel capacitated in terms of knowledge, skills? So let's remember this is a strategic plan of SADC Parliamentary Forum. So we are speaking to the experiences of the members as members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and where applicable, programs that have been extended to national parliaments. So the primary focus is on SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you, Chair.
Noted. Honorable members, is our secretariat here in SADC Parliamentary Forum capacitated enough, or they are still lagging behind? What can we say in relation to our secretariat? For the members, okay, members of parliament. Okay, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I think with this one we're not at par, because coming from different parliaments, when a member come to serve at SADC, we don't have that time of being capacitated as members. I don't know with the secretariat, but with members, you'll find that the member has just joined, is in that particular committee without having those skills. Even today, we're complaining of something. There are those that are attending for the first time. They've never been capacitated, meaning that we're not at par. So we need to change. Thanks.
South Africa, are you saying we are out of track, we are on track, or we are on a green light?
We're out of track. I guess we need to call a spade.
Out of track.
Yeah.
Do we see another hand? Eswatini? Okay. Oh, Tanzania?
Really, I don't wish to differ. I'm also not very new, very old in this, but we have the institutional memory that there were people who were here ahead of us from different parliaments, maybe, like, we agreed not to discuss. Okay, I'm not going to discuss, but I think we're on track. They're trying.
Eswatini, after Eswatini, I see your hand, Namibia.
Mr. Chair, we are on track because we come here as members of parliament. If you are short or you lack something, you've got to make your research yourself to be on the same level with others. And let me put an example with me. I was blind when I came here, but now I can see better. Thank you.
Namibia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As for me, we only get together for committee meetings. No proper guidance, no induction, you just have to get in. I felt as if, I was so lost for the first time when I had to start to, of course, there was no induction done. You have to go to a plenary, you don't understand what it is. You are going to committee meetings, says nothing. Unless you inquire, but it should not be based on my inquiry, but it must be forthcoming. And we all are not on par with our, knowledge and capacities. So we must be brought, we must be aligned to each other to be on the same wavelength.
Okay, Namibia, do you say we are out of track, we are on track, or we are, what is your take?
For a better word, because if there was a fourth one, I wouldn't say out of track, but I would have rather used the other one that is in between out of track and on track.
Remind us, moderator, what is that one in between? It's out of track, red, and yellow is on track. Yellow is on track, and then green is on achieved. So now I didn't get Namibia. What is Namibia say? It's like she's saying we are out of track in relation to empowering members.
Ask in the beginning whether we have seen the strategic plan. We were quiet because we have not seen it. So it means that, you know, we never had time to discuss these things. We only get together for committee meetings. We only get together after a long period of time, but we do not make time for things like this. So for the lack of a better word, of being, what is it? Between the three. No, I can't. It's very difficult. We are somewhere. We cannot just give 0 to them. At least they are trying something. So that we are not off track, but we are also not on track. Yes. We are in, for lack of better word.
Okay. Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we have to move forward. We have to decide. Time is money, Mr. Chair.
That is quite important. We are just 15 minutes before 2 o'clock, and we haven't made any progress so far. May we please, moderator, lead us to the end of this session, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be placed in the position of King Solomon, if you remember King Solomon, because I am not going to claim to have the wisdom anywhere close to that of King Solomon. But yes, we do need to make a decision on whether we're on track or off track. But the important thing is, as they say, the devil is always in the details. The important thing is that we as consultants understand the challenges. We understand the progress that has been made. We've noted the issues around induction. We've noted the issues around sharing information, sharing documents. So we appreciate that there are challenges, but we also want to appreciate that there is some progress, there is some work towards getting the trophy, right? So as our honorable from Namibia says, it's very difficult at this on this particular matter to either say you're on track or you're off track. But the important thing is the underlying information, right? That is what it helps us to understand what on track means or off track means, right? So I haven't had a strong view either way, except I think I had Angola saying, no, it is really not off track. I think she was very adamant that we are not off track, but we should note that we have limitations. We're on track with limitations. I think that is what Angola was saying. And I tend to see more light in that perspective, that we're on track with limitations. So if honorables agree that we can proceed along those lines, I'm happy to start reading the fourth strategic objective. That is to say, as an objective, we want to lobby and we want to advocate equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions as an objective. But we've had quite a number of really great examples of what is happening in the different countries. So at this stage now, it's for us to make a judgment on objective number 4. Let me read it again. To lobby and advocate equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions. How have we fared on that? We are on track.
May we please get answers with our mics also for
the record,
for the record, for Hansard. Zambia.
We are on track, Honorable Chair.
On track.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for facilitating that to conclusion. The 5th strategic objective is advocating and lobbying for the establishment of a SADC Parliamentary Forum, as a regional parliament through a phased transformation. Phase 1 would be this, phase 2 would be that, until finally we have a regional parliament. And with approval of members of parliament, it says, and the SADC policy organs. That is the objective. To finally be a, excuse me, this thing is misbehaving. Excuse me. Yes, to finally have a regional parliament.
Is SADC Parliamentary Forum now a parliament, or is just about to? Have we achieved, or we are on track, or we are failing? And hands, please. Zimbabwe.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are on track. We've agreed that we should transform into a parliament. Thank you.
On track. Congo.
Merci, Chairman, pour la parole.
Thank you very much for the floor. We are on track, considering the fact that the meeting that we've had 3 months ago, we voted so that the forum be transformed into parliament. We are on track. We are not off track.
Namibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we are.
Merci.
It's just the way we are, which is the question.
To you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the position has been made very clear that we are on track. There are discernible steps that show that we are heading in that particular direction where we want to go. The 6th strategic objective is to formalize policy and operational relationships within the Pan-African Parliament, the Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and other interparliamentary bodies. We want to create these relationships. We want to formalize our policy and relationships. Remember, we just said we want to have a regional parliament. So we also want to then have relationships with other regional parliaments. And
hands, please. Hands, please, if the question is understood. Zambia.
We are out of track, Mr. Chairman.
Zambia says we are out of track. Botswana.
We are on track.
to formalize policy operational relationship with the Pan-African, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and other. Yes, we are on track because I'm also in the CPA committee.
I have two answers now. The Democratic Republic of Congo, may we please come to our rescue?
Oui, merci, Chairman.
Thank you for the floor. We are on track. As a parliament of the region, we have to have relations with other organizations which operate in the region. It's really crucial. Thank you.
I see your hand, Zambia. I see your hand, Angola. I see your hand, South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Intention and what is obtaining are two different things. That's what we intend to do, but I think the question is where we are right now. I speaking for Zambia, I have never ever learned that SADC-PF should collaborate with Pan-African. That is why I said we are off track. So our intention and what is obtaining, I think, are two different things, and we ought to give an answer according to the question. Thank you.
Noted. Angola.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I agree we are on track and should forward. We need to improve inter-parliamentary cooperation with SADC-PF. It seems to me cooperation between parliaments, the inter-parliamentary cooperation is not yet the best. We need to improve our inter-parliamentary cooperation. We are on track to formalize policies with other organizations. Thank you.
Noted. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be seen as one controversial person, but I don't know if we're really speaking about the strategic plans of SADC, or we're talking about our parliamentary strategic plans. Because in SADC, I don't know, maybe I was in one of the meetings where we once discussed about this, to say now we are to formalize. But if it happened that maybe I missed one of the meetings where we agreed on formalizing, then we are on track. But if we didn't, we don't have to use common sense. Yeah. We want to, but we are not yet there. Let's agree, we are not yet there. We can agree now that in this strategic meeting, we want to see us formalizing it. Yes. But for now, really, we're not yet there. If maybe I can talk about our parliament, I may say something different from these ones, but now I'm here for SADC. We're speaking about the SADC strategic meeting. We are not yet there. We are off track. Yeah. Thank you.
Secretary.
Chair, just to also guide honorable members. So our strategic objectives that are in the strategic plan, the 7 of them, are like in a basket. So they will link with the mandate of the respective organs. So what you will see is that there are strategic objectives where clearly you can see that this is where the mandate of GEWAYD is focused on. And then the others will be delivered through other organs, for instance, the executive committee, and et cetera, et cetera. So the experiences of the members will vary on the basis of the nature of the objective, because this is institution-wide. So as we deliberate, it's okay for members to express their experience, but be guided by the fact that the variation of mandate means that you also, the committee may not have a direct responsibility in delivering that. Some of the things maybe you need to hear them when the executive committee delivers its report or another standing committee delivers its report. I thought I just needed to give that information for the benefit of members.
Madagascar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tried to understand the intervention of Honorable from South Africa earlier on. I agree with her. Let me say that if I think of the questionnaire, because we are not at the same level. Secondly, we haven't got the same opinion. If someone gives his or her opinion saying that we are on track, and all are going to say we are on track, it's not the right answer. I give my solution. I think that we send the questionnaire. Each country has to answer in their ways. I don't know. This is the way things should be done. Thank you.
I think I understand the point or the angle where we're coming from. And I think, unfortunately, there's no slot on your questionnaire, Mr. Presenter, where we don't a non-applicable, where we say on this one we have no comment, because Secretariat tells us that in other forums, say we are in this committee now, we have other committees. We don't know how other committees interact with in relation to this question of yours. So it is difficult for us in this committee to say something is being done or something was done or we are on track or we are not. So I think that one we should leave. We should leave it blank, because we have no answer for that. Zambia.
Honorable Chair, it comes to the same thing. What we are discussing is SADC-PF's position with the entities that have been listed. And as SADC-PF, it will be, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we don't want to collaborate with other entities. We would like to, but the question is, are we doing that at the minute? And the answer is no. So let's not stress ourselves and run away from the fact that we are off track, because if we leave it blank, we're still conceding that we are not doing what we are supposed to do according to the question. So I still stand my ground that we are off track. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to provide a bit of clarity in terms of process, where we do not have evidence of success or progress, by default, it suggests we are not on track, which means we are off track until we find the evidence of work that has been done towards this strategic objective. So if the members, the honorable members, do not have the evidence that suggests that we've made progress, by extension, it means we have not made progress. As the Secretariat rightfully clarifies, we are talking to different standing committees. When we finish the round robin, we will know
will be in a more informed position to know the progress that has been made on a specific strategic objective like this one. Yes. So if we are saying we don't have evidence of any progress, it's not conclusive until we have gathered evidence from all the standing committees. Yes. So I want to assure you that it is not the end of the world if we say we do not have evidence to conclude that we've made progress on the strategic objective. Okay, if I may proceed.
Please proceed.
So on here, we, to the best of our knowledge, we do not have the evidence. We will say we are not on track. We are off track. That's just in terms of the process. Now, on the last objective, it's the seventh and the last, but not the least important, is to ensure the financial and human resources sustainability of the Parliamentary Forum through good governance and prudential planning. So that is the objective. Now, the question is, have we made progress? Have we managed to remain sustainable financially, human resources, and with the appropriate human resources? To you, Mr. Chair.
Your hands, honorable members, please. South Africa.
Thank you. With this one, we're on track.
Track. Tanzania. Honorable Member Tanzania, may you please press your mic?
Yes, sir. That is achieved because all member parliaments are paying their dues. And we are attending meetings.
I have two answers on track. South Africa says we are on track, and Tanzania says we have achieved. Any complimentary hand? Where are we? Are we on track or we have achieved? On track, achieved?
Achieved.
Botswana says we achieved it. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I maybe would just like to slightly interrogate, not that I object when we say we have achieved, but I want to understand more with just maybe one or two points of clarity in terms of the finances, the source of financing. When you have a visitor who comes visiting and they had some biltong with them, and you're having meat that night, it doesn't mean that you are doing well as far as meat supply is concerned, because the visitor is passing. So I want to understand these elements of sustainability so that I can.
Tanzania?
I need to be appraised. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Will you please scroll this side? Scroll. To ensure the financial and human resource sustainability of the SADC-PF through good governance and prudential planning. When we talk of financial, all the member states are supposed to pay their fees. They are paying, and that's why we are allowed to attend. That is source number one. The rest, well, it's about stakeholders and grantors and people of goodwill. That is a plus. I mean, it's an additional. But all members, I believe, even if you have arrears, but they are going to be paid. About sustainability on financial, I mean, that is the way I think of it. Through good governance. Yes, this money is clean. When we talk of governance, is transparency, is all what you can say they're in order. I don't see a problem unless also the rest of the members tells me where is the problem there. Thank you.
I think the input of the committee says we are achieved. Achieved.
Yeah, even
Botswana, I mean South Africa, sorry.
We'll go to Botswana, no problem. Thank you, Chair. I'm not disputing the issue of, is it Tanzania? Yes, I'm not disputing it, but I just want to understand when we say we are, can I see the three? No, they never spoke of the three. She said something else. I wanted that. What did she say? Oh, you said achieved? Okay. I just want to check when we're saying achieved. Yesterday, those that were in the room in our closing or after the closing, the SG mentioned something to say if all member states can contribute accordingly. As SADC-PF, we won't have a problem of coming up with programs to say we can do this and this and this and that. But we are failing because there's no sustainability. So I don't know if today here we are saying we have achieved. Meanwhile, we still have a problem, financial as SADC. Yeah. What does that mean? According to me, we are on track. We're not yet there. When we are there, we can do anything, anytime. Yeah. We'll be able to finance ourselves. Yeah. But for now, we don't. I'm saying we are on track. Thank you.
South Africa says we are on track, not achieved, because of 1, 2, 3 reasons highlighted by her. Botswana says we achieved. Tanzania says we achieved. If we go that route, it will be giving us that we achieved. And Mr. Presenter, I will humbly request that we wrap up because now we are as far after time for honorable members lunch, and we still have a session after lunch. May you please, with due respect, push towards the end, so we allow honorable members to have time to eat, relax, and then come for the last session. We still have one last session, and then we will have another one, which will be the elections of chair and vice chair of this August committee. So we have a very, 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 very big job in front of us.
Was supposed to come down and tell us his intention to question the
Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, okay, to just try and conclude on strategic objective 7, financial human resources sustainability. The submission by Honorable from South Africa was that we have issues of sustainability. We are paying, but we are not all paying, or we are not all paying at the same time. I think part of that was also being mentioned by Tanzania, that we are paying. We have a system where we've agreed we are all going to pay. That's a start towards sustainability. But the payments are not all coming at the same time or as per the schedule. So that suggests that we are in the right direction, but we are not there, at least as per the evidence. Now, I would like to know if there's an objection, Mr. Chair. Just very quick.
Zambia?
Just a reinforcement, Honorable Chair. Our drafter dealt with us or addressed us from the UK. That's not SADC-PF. According to this statement, the drafter should have come from the SADC member states. So we still don't have human resource, and we'll be deceiving ourselves to say that we've achieved this. Thank you.
So that is sounding like we are saying we are making progress, but we don't have the trophy in hand as yet. Right. There's a statement, a notion that Africans, when you ask them, how are you? We always say we're well. We always say we're well. So people don't get to know that we're actually not well. So I hope we're not doing that in this instance. We are able to say we're on progress, but we have room for improvement. We have space for support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, on that. Now, the questionnaire has other sections that I am going to be following you up. Not as death follows people up, but following you up in the way the angels will always follow you up. So call me an angel. I will follow you up on these questions to get more clarity on other elements of the strategy, right? But what we've covered are the generalities of the strategy. So while we're on the generalities, and this will be the last of what I require from you here and now, is having discussed.
Sorry, Mr. I am warned that we are at 2:15 now, and our kitchen closes at 2:30. So we are at the stage of making a quick decision now of about how do we go forward. Well, it's 2:15. Our kitchen closes at 2:30. It will be very detrimental to the members if they lose their lunch. So I think we will have to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would not want anybody seeing me in future and not wanting to see me again, right? So I want us to be able to part in good terms. All right, so on that note, as I said, I'm going to follow you up. Call me the angel who will come back, because I will. Now, including the vision and the mission. There are other more detailed, and those I think will require a bit more time, where we're looking at how relevant is what we are doing to our other partners. So I'm going to come back with more requesting. Now it'll be the individual. So essentially, I'm going to follow up on everyone who is here of the honorables, so that we can conclude this. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity of a much longer term engagement with the honorables. Thank you.
You are most welcome. A round of applause, please. Honorable members, as I mentioned, we have a very big work to do after we have lunch of one session, which will be the last session. But after that last session, we have to come for elections of a chairperson and a vice. So we are all requested to be here after lunch. Now, I want to hear from you. It's 2:15. What time should you suggest that we all be back? 3 o'clock. Okay, 3 o'clock we are back. We will now. Okay, please press so that we can hear.
À 15h, n'est-ce pas les collègues? À 15h.
It will be 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Thank you, Chair. We are coming back at 3 p.m.
We are coming back at 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
There we go. Okay. Is it your turn to translate? Okay, we have started. So, all right, thank you. I need to find Portuguese. What is on? Let's find Portuguese. Who's on Portuguese? Oh, we good. Thank you. We have started. Can we continue? All right. Yes, it's only me now. It's only me.
Ready to start.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me once again welcome you after our late lunch. We are on a third session now, which will be dealing with issues affecting the youth in the SADC region and mechanisms for parliamentarians to directly engage with the youth. Honorable members and distinguished delegates, welcome back to the third session of our meeting. The presentation of this session are as follows. AU Youth Ambassador, who will give a keynote address. That will be Ms. Kwabe Mene. That's her name. Secondly, we'll have expert presentation, priority issues affecting the youth in the SADC region. I don't have a name on that one. Thirdly, we have youth representatives by SIOF representative. Fourthly, we'll have the critical role of Parliament in addressing issues affecting the youth in the SADC region. And lastly, we'll have, but that one I think is for Secretariat to take care of, is consensus on the key recommendations. I will therefore call our presenter of this afternoon, being Ms. Kwabe. Please come forward, madam, to give us your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Members of Parliament, and distinguished participants. My name is Kaweka Zimene. I'm from the Southern African Youth Forum, from the Governance, Peace and Security Cluster. I would like to apologize on behalf of Ms. Cynthia, who had to attend to another commitment and asked me to send her regards and relay her message. Thank you. First, it is imperative to highlight that democracy and democratic processes, such as decision-making within parliaments, are increasingly threatened by insurgencies, military coups, and more apparent It reads, first, it is imperative to highlight that democracy and democratic practices, such as decision-making within parliament, and are increasingly threatened by insurgencies, military coups, and more apparent even in Russia's attack of Ukraine, with consequences that are already being felt globally. Coming home, Southern Africa has mostly remained exempted from the plague that is terrorist insurgency, which has been vivid in the Middle East and North and Western Africa for decades. But it has become more evident that this is no longer our case. As the African Union's Youth Ambassador for Peace for Southern Africa, it'll be remiss to sideline developments in Mozambique's northern region of Cabo Delgado, which claimed about 1,500 lives towards the end of 2020 and displaced millions of people. Research by the Institute for Security Studies showed that violent extremism has become a leading threat to peace and security in the region, with young people playing the roles of both victims and perpetrators of the insurgency in Mozambique. She then proceeds to say, I am encouraged to see that this observation was reflected in the concept note for this program, stating, and I quote, the youth's vulnerability exposes them to social ills such as drugs, drug abuse, organized crime, and politically motivated violence. Sadly, Mozambique is not the only country in the region affected by this plight. Therefore, efforts to mitigate the hazard of violent extremism depend on policy and decision makers leveraging the youth demographic in conflict resolution and peace building. Within the perspective of youth participation, demographics are quoted across the continent, and in the SADC region, where approximately 200 million people are argued to be below 35 years. In countries such as Niger, 50% of the population is below the age of 15 years, while Africa at large is the youngest continent. However, age alone should not be used as a premise for engaging youth in political processes and decision-making. And if there is a main takeaway from this address, it is to be concise about the way we should be included. Young people are innovative. Responses to COVID-19 showcase the growth of entrepreneurship to cushion economic impacts of the pandemic, ensuring intergenerational engagement and peer-to-peer relations and conflict mitigation. This can also be said through the nexus between technology and security, which has been pioneered by young people as the result thereof. Young people are resilient. African youths have always been formally and informally part of the continent's vanguard for democracy. And because this is a parliamentary forum, our efforts must be aimed towards channeling youth participation in formal and invited spaces. Young people have lived experience. Their circumstances and stories hold value. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, my greatest desire as I come to the end of this address is that the next time we make a case for young people or on behalf of young people, let us do so in light of the additions that young people can bring, evidenced by innumerable events across the continent. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Howie. The way we have planned it, me and the Secretariat, is that we bring along all the presenters, and then members will be given a chance to deliberate after they've all given their presentations. I will therefore call expert expert presentation, priority issues affecting the youth in SADC region. Let me see who will be that. It's Dr. Aden.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament and SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, colleagues, and also youth representatives from across the SADC. Thank you very much for inviting me to give a brief overview of the state of affairs of the youth of the region. My task here is just to highlight some of the priority areas or issues that the youth in this region are facing currently. But it would be important to go back a little bit to history, because we are who we are, because what happened before. So I dare to quote Oliver Tambo, who says, quote, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." I think that is what we are talking about today. So in my presentation, I will give a bit historical context and priority issues affecting the youth, and then some overview of the regional and the national policies and the efforts trying to address the issue affecting the youth. And then I will conclude with the role of parliamentarians in general, make recommendation to that. So when I was doing, just preparing this presentation, I came across a document, a very, very interesting document titled Youth in the Liberation Struggle and Beyond. It has been co-authored by UNESCO, SADC Secretariat, and SADC, as well as Southern Africa Liberation History. It's published 2021. It has not been circulated widely due to the COVID situation. This document is relevant in a sense. It doesn't really only record the past experience. Do I do this? Okay. The past experience, but also it is prepared to be an inspiration for the current youth to see into it that they overcome the challenges that they are facing, as the previous youth have done during the liberation struggle. So I quote Frantz Fanon in saying, every generation has to discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it in relative opacity. So the document that I am referring to starts with the following quote. In the beginning, there were a lot of things that happened before you were born. I'm talking to you, youth, that have an impact on your life. History has a lot of impact on your life, even though it happened before you entered the world. One of the good things about history is that some of the biggest obstacles were already overcome by others. So you have new challenges, but you have new tools too. So when we look at what have been overcome in terms of the legacy of the liberation struggle in most of the region, is number one is independence in the statehood. Democratic constitutions with Bill of Rights that we can refer to claim our rights, dignity, equality, as well as strong sense of identity as Africans and as Southern Africans. Expansion of public services. As we know, during the colonial time, public services was more of a privilege of the few. But after the independence, we have seen the public services, education opportunity, health, pension, housing, and so on, reaching out to the majority of our people. To some extent, not really completed, redressing of historical injustices, and etc., etc. But the history has also its own burden on us, especially on the youth. One is the entrenched inequality that is largely based on race, entrenched periphery and enclave economy. We talk in the sea of informal economy and quite traditional economic systems. We say a highly modernized economy, which has little to do with the majority of the people in that respect. Then bifurcated identity. Indeed, the colonial history has divided people between subjects and the citizens. Indeed, this tradition seems to have perpetuated itself in the way our governance have been functioning and our economy have been structured. And we are still struggling as Africans and Southern Africans in particular to indigenize the state, to peel off its colonial characters in that respect. And we are trying to do that under in the context of very unfriendly, unconducive global political economy, which we sometimes call it a neo-colonial economy. Then liberation has brought also indebtedness and entitlement, especially for those who fought the liberation struggle and won it. There has been some sense of entitlement. Entitlement in saying, in some of the phrases that is widely heard is, I have died for this country, so I deserve everything. I didn't go to the bush to remain poor, so I have to do to be rich, because my main participation in the liberation struggle has given me that kind of entitlement. And in some ways also, youth have been asked, where were you when we were in the bush, kind of things. So these are the mindset that has been inherited from the liberation struggle, but also from the colonial history. And then, of course, we shouldn't forget the burden that we are carrying from a colonial boundary for maintaining. The very fact that we are driving the regional integration is exactly to overcome those obstacles that are imposed by colonial boundary that divide our people across many lines. So coming to the, so I have forgotten. Sorry, I thought it will change with my views. So in terms of priority of issues, there could be a multiple of issues. I think the young lady who was here has articulated eloquently and outlined a number of challenges and issues that the youth of today are facing. But I would like to, for the sake of our discussion, I would like to summarize in three. One is poverty and unemployment. Second is inclusion and participation in governance. The third one is insecurity and vulnerability. Of course, there is no clear delineation among these three. They are interconnected. They reinforce one another. But I will try to look at them for analytical purposes separately. Poverty is pervasive in SADC countries. More than 45% of the total population of 360 million, that is SADC 2018, live in absolute poverty. That is $1.9 per day. As the population increases, absolute number of people living in absolute poverty is estimated to rise from 88 million to 130 million by 2040. The youth is likely to be affected directly by such phenomena, precisely because of their proportional representation in the total population size. So as we know, statistics tell us 15 to 35 years old make up 35% of the population in the region. 0 to 14 years, they make up 41%. In total, we have a youth size of 76%. Compared to globally is 13.3%. So we are quite very, very young society. So the main reason of poverty among youth is unemployment. In the report published by Mo Ibrahim Foundation in 2017, say that it was titled actually that report, Africa at a Tipping Point, precisely because of the high skyrocketing unemployment among the youth. So six SADC countries are listed as the highest with the highest youth unemployment in the continent. To mention some, Eswatini has 54.8%. South Africa has 57.4%. Namibia youth are 45.4% are unemployed. In Mozambique, 42, etc., etc. You can see the figure. Of course, you would have expected some countries to be in the list, but of course, it is in the manner that unemployment among youth is measured, is still gives you those discrepancies. And still it is a debate. Who is unemployed, who is not? Still unemployed. It is still a challenge in terms of capturing the statistics. Nonetheless, we know very well, and we see it in our daily lives, that the youth have been excluded from economic activity to a great extent in the region. The research on youth unemployment in Botswana, for example, argues that the rise in unemployment is a ticking bomb with the possibility to hamper the peace and stability that the country is reputable of. If the situation is so critical in Botswana, quite a most stable country in the region, probably in the continent, how about then in other countries? So this is a question we need to ask. So the situation is very, very dire. It is actually an emergency. during the pandemic, that is what the UN Economic Commission of Africa in 2020 says, the GDP growth of the region has contracted or declined by 4.5 in 2020 due to the COVID situation. So each country has suffered, as you see. In fact, they have shown negative growth for that. It means that not only new jobs have not been created, but also the existing jobs were lost in that respect. So in order to explain why it is like that, first we have to see into the structure of our economy. You recall that in my introduction, I said the historical legacy, the inclusivity of and dichotomy of our economy between traditional, informal, and the modern one. In this case is also that despite the growth that has been demonstrated for decades in the region, that is 2.5, there is huge level of accruing the benefit of that growth. And we know that most of some of the countries in the Southern Africa, especially in the SADC region, are among the highest unequal societies in the world. So by that, we know that the growth that were demonstrated by the economy, relative growth in that matter, has not been equally or equitably shared. By that, of course, those who are marginalized have less benefit to it, from it. So an average growth, for instance, before the COVID was 1.4% 2019, as compared to 1.9 in 2018. So when you look at the manufacturing sector, even worse. Manufacturing sector, I emphasize, because that is a sector that could create jobs most. SADC report on the impact of COVID-19 on SADC economy states of member states have taken fiscal policy measures. We know in the early stage of the COVID, many governments have instituted measures to mitigate the social effect of COVID by transfers, by paying unemployment benefits, wage subsidies, and sometimes also deferring the tax payments. Despite these temporary measures, however, despite they are mitigating effect of these measures, it has contributed to a fiscal pressure in most of the countries, which means now come when we are probably easing out of the COVID, our government have got less fiscal flexibility, policy flexibility to respond to the unemployment of the youth. So that is where we are. And we know also that people are talking hugely, intensively about the debt crisis coming out of the COVID situation. So the structure of the economy already disadvantages and contributes, or it is a conducive environment for the high rise of unemployment among the youth, but also poverty by extension. The second one is contributing factor to the unemployment is education. Both qualitatively and quantitatively, there is an equal distribution of learning between urban and rural, but also between middle class and high class and lower class in certain sectors. We know the private school system and the public school system. We know that is where it starts actually, the inequality. So where you are born determines how your life is going to be. So if you look at these statistics that I got from SADC 2019, so the increase, the enrollment of high school in year one, let's say in 10 years, there has not been much of a change. In fact, more and more people are not, young people are not joining the high school. You see you see the last column, the unaccounted. They might have reached middle level, but they haven't managed to go to high school. These are unaccounted young people. Maybe they are, most of them in informal settlement, most of them maybe in rural area or in informal sectors, yes. Then when we see also the effect, that was before the COVID. When we see the COVID situation, it has really worsened the whole problem. In terms of when we see how many people, how many young people and children have been affected by not going to school in a protracted period of time, you can see the statistics speaks for itself. And indeed, going for 6 up to 1 year without going to school, what kind of gap, what kind of rupture in learning it creates in a child's life or in a young person's life. Of course, there have been mitigation measures that have been done, instituted like online learning and so on. How many people how many children have such kind of facilities to use in order to maintain their contact with their teachers and continue learning. Then another problem that we have still to consider is the illiteracy rate among youth. Of course, these are just an examples, but you can see there is substantial number of youth who can't read and write still at this age, 20, 30, 40 years after independence. Then another one is tertiary and training. When we see the unaccounted, they are not counted anyway. They can't manage to join tertiary or training institutions. But a fraction of those who pass, who join a high school and pass the high school matric, they join tertiary and training institutions. And most of them maybe graduate, but not all of them. A huge number also stop or don't finish the school, drop out from universities, from, sorry. Where am I? So, here we are. Yes, so drop out of the tertiary institutions. But at the same time, even those who have graduated, they can't find jobs. We know graduate unemployment in many of our countries are high. The reason that some mention, and there have been researches around that, is misalignment of education to the job market, to the industries that are applicable. The third reason is infrastructure and communication. Challenges in accessing learning and the economic opportunity due to inadequate and underdeveloped infrastructure, such as transportation. You can see for yourself from these statistics that I got, the number of kilometers of roads in each of the countries that have been listed. And indeed, Botswana is said to be probably highly developed in relative terms. But you have 32,115 by 2019 for such a big size of a country, and for 2,024,000 people. For Madagascar, DRC, and so on, Zambia, you can see for yourself. In such kind of infrastructure, people or young people coming from rural area has already hampered to access economic opportunity learning. In the same way, in mobile subscription, if you take that one as an indicator in terms of exclusion of young people from economic opportunity, you can see yourself from the statistics. There are few people, youth have got access to internet and also mobile networks. Of course, it may sound for us, everybody has got, seem to have in our surrounding internet access, and but the majority of the people cannot afford even the data. If you see Botswana, for 1 gigabyte is $78 according to the statistics. Of course, it might have changed now. I was surprised because I buy also in Botswana this gigabyte. So DRC 78. But what is important to note is the price for gigabyte to access internet for most of the people is unaffordable, given their unemployment level, they don't have income, but also the meager salary that they earn, especially the youth. Compared to the other Asian Pacific or South American, I think they have got much more better conditions to buy gigabyte. Then the other one is the most important is access to land and the capital. So I think it suffices to say the following from the following quote by Lobakang Malepe. Trying to, it is an article written in 2017 describing the economic opportunity and lack of it for young people in Southern Africa. I quote, in South Africa and Zimbabwe, for example, current land problems are inherent because of previous colonial land policies. In South Africa, white nationals, 8.7% of the population own 80% of all viable land. It is an incontestable fact that youth, especially Black young, are negatively affected by this situation. In South Africa, this is evident by ongoing squatting. The post-independence Zimbabwe, while land reform was introduced to redress colonial-induced inequality in land ownership, commentators have observed that this program did not necessarily benefit the youth. This is 2050. The most challenging hurdle for youth is also access to capital and to manage it, to manage capital. In the same way, Lebogang, I quote, in Botswana, youth can only access land at the age of 21. And even then, they have to prove that they have financial resources to develop the land should they acquire it. This is almost impossible for youth of this age, since they will not have the necessary fund. Botswana's governmental youth programs such as Young Farmers Fund which intends to help youth to venture. No one is telling me that I am not saying. Yeah, sorry. Has land ownership as a prerequisite for access to funding. Yeah. Is this the other one? I am right here. Such programs seldom benefit the youth because they don't have land. Further disenfranchise young people. The second complex challenge that the youth face is inclusion and participation in governance, especially to elect and be elected, participation in electoral processes. This is hampered by social, economic, and institutional barriers. 2 minutes? Okay. No, one is actually prevailing societal attitude towards youth, and income inequality. I think today has been also highlighted that the youth don't have money to run for election, and employee of public institutions' attitude towards youth, and the perception about politics and politicians, that most youths don't have actually much positive image about politics and politicians, as the Afrobarometer research some years ago showed. Then leadership positions, we can see that youth members of parliament is hardly you can see. There is, if you measure it if you compare it to the size of the population and the size of the youth and the number of MP representatives of the population, is a lot to be desired in that. And then civic engagement, of course, if you don't know where your bread is going to come in the evening, you wouldn't be encouraged to be voluntarily to engage yourself in civic activities and so on. So these are the things that we are facing. Then insecurity, I think it has been by my previous speaker has been mentioned in terms of the Cabo Delgado has been mentioned, but also a number of social problems that the youth face in terms of sexual violence, drug abuse, criminality, including political manipulation. Because of their economic vulnerability, politicians exploit that vulnerability of young people for their own political mileage in a way. And then radicalization, we have spoken, and then a number of social ills, health problems, malnutrition, and so on. So we have a number of, I am not going to go through the list. I think you can get them from a number of instruments, especially at continental as well as at regional level. They speak to one another in some of the cases, but they don't talk to one another in others, in many of the aspects that they try to address. The SADC, these are the policies, instruments, that are in place in SADC. All these policy instruments talk about youth. Then we have got also at national level a number of programs, and some are even dedicated ministries and the policies, national youth plan, national youth policy, and so on. Even it is budgeted for. But there are a number of challenges that the youth face to access these things or to take benefit of it. One is institutional capacity. Second is politicization and partisanship in allocating those funds. The other one is budgetary limitation, then coordination with other stakeholders. So in terms of my recommendation, having said that, I have run too fast due to time, but we can deliberate on them. So number one recommendation is, I think it goes to the SADC Parliamentary Forum to undertake a scoping study of all the instruments and the policy instruments that speak to the youth. The second is to advocate for SADC use protocol. This would make it easy for the plethora of policy instruments to be located in one. And it will be easier in terms of monitoring, implementation, coordination. The third one is strengthen the oversight role of Parliament on the use, empowerment policies and the implementation. Legislative tool or guidelines have to be developed that could help parliamentarians, to in their oversight role. Establish a formal platform for engagement with the youth organizations on regular basis. I think this in some parliaments might be practiced, but I think it won't hurt to do it across the region. Then depoliticize national youth agencies and for equitable access to the resources that are placed in those funds, and then develop a regional internship and mentorship program for the youth. I think policymakers have to be developed. We know in many of other parliaments, we have an internship where young people are attached to a parliamentarian to be mentored, but also to assist the parliamentarian in many of other activities that the parliamentarian is going to do. So by doing, the young people could be also learning and develop their leadership and the public service. Thank you very much for listening.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Aden. We now move to the next one, being youth representative. Self. Youth perspectives. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, let me please alert you that I'm going to allocate time for you. I think I have to give you time, which we have to be very strict on it. I will have my timekeeper. I'll give you 20 minutes. I will give you 20 minutes. With due respect, Congo.
15 minutes enough. Yeah.
Okay. Translator, may you please try to don't be too fast. It looks like some of the members can't get it clearly, or because you are being too fast for others to grab. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the honorable members here present, which is a starting point. What I cannot refer as a starting point, but an interface point with regard to what we are discussing, provision of young people spaces to interact with policymakers. And I would like my fellow young people to acknowledge this space is provided by SADC. Dr. Tex, during the third SADC Youth Forum, the former executive secretary of SADC, during the third SADC Youth Forum, which was hosted by Malawi, and we hosted that forum online and also physically. Also, we partnered with the Ministry of Youth in Malawi, among other institutions. She noted something important, that young people are not the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today. And they are, through the youth development model, they are the stakeholders and leaders for transformation. And for real, and they need to work with their elders in terms of delivery of the mandate. I would like at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge what Dr. Adane has presented. He had summarized everything. I'm just going to give pointers that maybe 20 minutes might be more in terms of what I'm going to say, because he actually elucidated or shared everything that young people are sharing the sentiments, and also acknowledging the statement that was given on behalf of the Africa Union Peace Ambassador, the statement that was given by our SADC Head of Governance, Peace and Security, Ms. Kaweka Zemene. One thing that is very important in terms of youth participation, like Dr. Adane has alluded to, in conclusion, poverty and unemployment, inclusion and participation in governance, insecurity and vulnerability. It has concluded the things that young people are actually facing. And one of the critical fundamental factor is young people. They constitute a larger percentage with regard to total population in SADC. And that is a plus in terms even of production. He talked of economics, he talked of economy. And if that is harnessed, definitely our region will see that will develop. Like what I've alluded to, that the basis of my presentation and my summary from what Dr. Adane said, it's coming from the young people, about 2,500 young people gathered physically and virtually last year at SADC Youth Forum. And what I'm just going to do is to summarize what they've said, challenge they are facing and solutions. And want to thank SADC because it was the second and the third SADC Youth Forum was officiated by SADC Secretariat through the Executive Secretary, which is an honor. Youth unemployment have been said. I'm not going to say much, the challenges that we are facing. And just to add to say, we need to strengthen with regard to entrepreneurship, innovation by coming with innovation hubs in our countries. Enabling policy environment is quite critical. Dr. Adane talked about various policies, but also at national level, let's make sure that maybe we work with our governments to make sure that we domesticate some of the policies that are quite critical in terms of the developmental discourse of that will promote the participation of young people. Then youth with disabilities come so strongly for the past years, and this has been left out in terms of look at young people with disability, like young people living with albinism right now. We need to do much in terms of that. And they are facing both challenges. What I can refer is double challenges. First, facing the poverty that Dr. Adane talking about, the general issues that young people face. Then secondly, facing the issue of being sidelined and exposed. So I think more investment needs to be done in terms of young people with disability in the platform. That's why in SIOF, we now have a food disability cluster, and we are launching a program on albinism to support education together with Global Partnership for Education, working also with some of the departments of SADC within the Secretariat. Then another critical issue, which I'm not going to talk about, is the issue of peace and security, but the rising insurgency that is happening. SADC, if you ask someone in the region, you'll find that SADC is peaceful. But what mechanisms are we putting within the discourse of young people to make sure that we protect that? Then, and we make sure that we guard against that. We've got Resolution 2250 that needs to be domesticated. We are calling upon the Member of Parliament to assist us to domesticate that resolution at country level. Youth inclusion and participation, Dr. Adane said well about it. But gender and young women development, it's one issue. Because of COVID-19, young women have been facing various challenges. The issue of domestic violence, the issue of coming out of work, the issue of challenge that they've been facing, and more investments need to be done, even in education. Then another big issue, sexual reproductive health rights. I'm very glad that we have sat here, and a sign of, I think we are being mentored. We were an affiliate in terms of developing that to meet the ESA commitments. And we are calling member states to assist in terms of that discourse because it's very important within the education, science and technology, but also media communications, the aspect of social media. I'm not sure, Honorable, if I'm too fast for the translation. But these issues are quite critical with regard to what young people, contemporary issues. And all these things, ladies and gentlemen, honorables, they came from the SADC Youth Forum. And like sexual reproductive health I talked about, it was quite an intense discussion where we came with strategies, and all the things are packaged in the declaration. And all the partners that are here, they were part of the SADC Youth Forum. Then COVID-19, I talked about it, challenged all aspects of life, from political, economic, social, environmental, technological, cultural, and physiological way of life. COVID-19 through pandemic fear raised stress levels, depression, uncertainty, which resulted in rising crimes, some communities, child pregnancies, and the issue of drug abuse, which has been articulated. I think some of the researches that have been done in SADC countries have shown. I'll conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by just adding to some of the mechanisms that we need to maybe to add. The issue of representation of youth in parliament, maybe creating open space is very important. I'm so honored, ladies and gentlemen, that we have got Honorable Masuaye, one of the youngest parliamentarians in the region. And it's such an example that young people are motivated if they see that we've got a referral point, and we are calling member states to increase that. I also want to acknowledge the president of Tanzania when the officiating of the young governor, and who was also a member of SIOF, and what she's doing in terms also of including young people and other countries, and notable SADC countries. This is very welcome. Among us, we have Comrade Mwila from Zambia. We have done a lot in terms of youth development, in terms of his work. Those are some of the young people we look up to. In terms of recently, I was listening to your debate when you were chairing the platform with former President of Tanzania, Kikwete, and the invitation that you got from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, on the Democratic Summit. And those issues are very critical because you're Pan-African. What we don't want as SADC youth is people that go to West and sell our region. We will not accept that. So thank you, Comrade, for representing the region. Youth-friendly spaces are very important. Enhancing enabling legislation. Thank you, Dr. Dane, for SADC Youth Protocol. And let me say that Dr. Tex in her statement will share that she also acknowledged the need of SADC Youth Protocol. So as a former executive secretary, we are very happy that she mentioned before she left, and we can work together with parliamentarians to make sure we harmonize all those instruments if our parliamentarians are going to support us. Then youth at national level, also the policies that have been said. Then there is one critical point, intergenerational leadership. It's not about youth versus the elders, but it's youth working with the elders, building a culture of intergenerational leadership. We need to learn from that. Mentorship programs have been said well in terms of the programs. Young people need mentorship. When we are seeing you, we are seeing our heroes. We need to walk through your steps and say, how best can we achieve this? And we need to have that. If there's going to have time for young people to aid, I think one good example is the establishment. We established a SADC Youth Parliament. And the SADC Youth Parliament have got 8 young parliamentarians, 5 from each country. And this SADC Youth Parliament sits and deliberates, but they need mentorship from senior parliamentarians in their country. I think my colleague Rayon, if given the chance, you articulate on that program. Then research and research on youth issues, national skill audits is very important. Budget allocation, it has been talked about with regard to youth budgeting, gender budgeting, and developmental. My conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, honorables, is to thank you for this platform. This platform is wonderful for the young people. And as we have promised, in the SADC Youth Forum, we now have a cluster called Pan-Africanism, Culture and Heritage to make sure that we defend our values, but as a developmental discourse. I thank you.
Round of applause. I liked the statement, youth not against elders, but youth with elders. It sounds so eloquent. We now move to the second item, being the critical role of Parliament in addressing issues affecting the youth in the SADC region and the mechanisms for parliamentarians to engage directly with young people, by Honorable Patience Masua, young MP from Namibia.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much, honorable members. Dr. Adan, thank you. That was a very, very informative presentation, particularly on data, synthesizing and collecting data to be able to improve our responsiveness as Parliament to young people's issues. I liked when he spoke about the different layers of youth, and this is something that I'll also dissect in my presentation, where our responsiveness to youth issues and youth participatory matters can't be a one-size-fits-all. There's a lot of intersectional challenges that young people faced. When Mr. Gondo speaks about youth with disabilities, that intersectionality, apart from disabilities, there's also regional, infrastructural, agricultural, economical differences that young people face. And I think in our responsiveness as parliaments, we need to take that into consideration, because something that may work for a young person in urban Namibia might not work for a young person in peri-urban, a young person in rural Namibia, a young woman, a young pregnant woman, a young woman who comes from a lower income group, etc., etc. So all of those intersectional dynamics, I think we've moved as parliaments from responding to youth in a generic sort of in a generic manner to really paying attention to those differences and those intricacies that really plague young people. We're not all the same. We're not homogenous. So on Wednesday, when I was in Parliament, and Honorable Cooper, my colleague, mustn't kill me for this, we had a very interesting debate on marital rape, right? We're trying to push for a combating of rape amendment bill. And some of the provisions in this bill change provisions in a different act, the Combating of Immoral Practices Act. But the essence of it really is recognizing that rape can take place within a marriage, but also scrapping marriage as a defense for rape in instances where a minor has been married off. And when we spoke during that debate, the House was so divided. Usually, I'm from the ruling party. Usually, the ruling party would support a ruling party MP on whatever issue, because that's how it works. You know, politics is partisan. But in this particular debate, even the ruling party members were so against the statement that I made. There's an honorable member who sits next to me. She's much older, but we're friends, you know, I regard her as a friend. Both of them next to me attacked me while I was speaking, not physically, but they attacked me verbally. And they said, no, do you not read your Bible? You can't, you know, a husband can't rape their wife. And it was in that moment when I realized that there is a serious generational gap, right? We are 4 MPs that are under the age of 30. And my fear, when I, just replayed it in my mind, was that what if I was not there? What is the type of bill, the type of legislation that our parliament would pass if I was not there? One member from the opposition said, "You are unmarried, you can't lecture us on how to be married." And I thought to myself, okay, it was a funny statement. They laughed. I was angry, I was fuming, videos trending on social media. But I thought, it's not only married people that get raped. Who's going to speak for minors, a 6-year-old girl who's raped by her father every single day? Who's going to speak for that 13-year-old girl who was married off? Even though it's against the law, it happens. We don't allow in Namibia marriages with minors, but it happens. And who's going to protect them, right? So you don't need to be in the situation to be able to advocate for it. And it was in that very same moment that I realized that the challenge is not only about youth, it's intersectional. It's about being, I asked myself if it was a young male MP who said that, would the response be the same? Would a young MP also, would a young male MP also be told, don't, you're not married, don't tell me about marriage things. Your body belongs to your husband. It's very degrading to be told some sort of, these sort of things. But it's very important that young people are at least inside the room. And in order for young people to stay inside the room, the few of us who are in parliament now in this transitional stage need to be adequately capacitated. Otherwise, those opportunities are going to be taken away from young people. And that's what it is. It's not just about being young in a space. It's about being young, adding value in that space, and actually, bringing the weight of the young people that we represent. So in our responsiveness to young people's issues, I think it's not only a moral imperative, but it's become a political and a social imperative. And the reason I say so is because in Namibia, at least, and I do know that this is true for many other African countries, young people are over 70% of the population. This means that whatever laws that we pass, regardless of how good or bad they are, disproportionately affect young people, right? So at the onset of COVID-19, for example, when we did a sectoral analysis on the industries that were hit the hardest, we look at tourism, we look at entertainment, we look at the arts, we look at the culture, we look at sports. Most of these industries are being carried by young people. And that's why our responsiveness should then also disproportionately favor young people, because in times of crisis, they are the most affected disproportionately, simply because of the demographics that inform us of that. Now, I think most of SADC have acceded to the APRM. I particularly enjoy the work of the APRM because they've managed to divide the issues in terms of, the 4 pillars that they have: democracy and political governance, economic governance and management, corporate governance, and socioeconomic development. Young people are the most dominant demographic in most of these sectors, but they're not the most dominant participants, right? So you look at, I'll use the tourism industry, for example. Most of the employees, young people, but if you look at the ownership demographics, they don't reflect ownership by young people. Right? So what we did in Namibia in 2020, we undertook a targeted review on youth unemployment. And I really enjoyed Dr. Adam's statement, because it really identified the primary issue. So when you look at a legal perspective, you have first-generation rights and second-generation rights. First-generation rights is your right to dignity, your right to life, etc. Those non-negotiables, right? But in order for a state to collectively grow and for a state to develop, it needs to move into granting second generation rights towards young people. Second generation rights are your rights to housing, your right to a job. So these are the rights that are usually, they're enforced under international law, but they're not non-negotiables. It depends on what the state capacity has. Once you respond to second generation rights, 80% of the country's problems are solved. Because once you can create employment for a young person, they become less of a social burden, social economical burden to the state, and they're able to effectively contribute to the economy. And that is why I'll go a bit deeper into youth unemployment, right? Because the crux of youth participation is essentially the promotion of sustainable economic growth and sustainable socioeconomical development that will alleviate poverty and ultimately eradicate it. Yes, so what that APRM report essentially did is that it gave us a country-specific assessment of the resources, agricultural, mineral, human resources, etc. And it really gave us the tools that we can use as parliaments, but as all offices, ministries, and agencies to really, respond to the issue of youth unemployment. And youth unemployment is essentially just unemployment because youth are the most affected by unemployment. Doctor has already defined the different classes of youth, the dropouts, secondary dropouts. I won't go into that. But I do think one issue that I want to address before I go to a 4-point policy plan on addressing youth unemployment through parliaments is really the type of engagement that we afford our young people as members of parliament. One trend that we've, for example, identified in Namibia is that the MPs will engage you respectfully as long as you don't differ fundamentally with their views. For example, not to be controversial or anything, but in Namibia, gay marriages are not allowed, abortion is not allowed, all of those radical stuff is not allowed at all. But the reality is that our engagement with young people who form part of the LGBTQI community, who form part of, young people who believe in abortion rights, for example, should be afforded the same platform and opportunity as other young people who may be more conservative. And I think we need to sensitize ourselves as members of parliament in terms of our responsiveness to those issues. Then, before I wrap up, in Parliament, I shared, and I'm going to share it here also, a 4-point policy on really addressing youth unemployment. I think across Africa, youth unemployment is the theme, right? That really allows young people to take part in economic processes, in political processes. And the first one was using legislation to create fiscal incentives for youth-driven entrepreneurship, right? So even though parliaments are not the institutions or the bodies that implement policies that may target young people, parliaments are responsible for creating the legislation that give the directives to offices, ministries, agencies, the private sector to implement these goals. So when we talk about fiscal incentives for youth-driven entrepreneurship, we have in Namibia, we have the Development Bank of Namibia that has targeted loans specifically for young people. We have AgriBank also, targeted loans, collateral-free. So what happens at AgriBank is that the loan is collateral-free. You get 5 to 10 years of a break where you don't need to pay back the loan. You need to work the land. and after that you start paying back government. These schemes would not have been possible if members of parliament didn't take the radical stance to say that we're making it law that you have to have X amount of money, particularly designated to young people, to be able to access collateral-free loans so that they're able to start their businesses. Young people don't have properties. Young people, we don't have collateral. We come from poor families. We have first-time university graduates in our families. And I think it's the burden of MPs, it's the burden of governments, it's the burden of our legislators to ensure that they create that environment that compels institutions to ensure that young people can take part in businesses. It's very difficult for a young person. I had to register an NGO, and only when I had to register it did I realize how difficult it is just to register a company. Just the registration process to be able to, conduct business. And these are the type of things that we can do as parliaments. Make it mandatory for whichever institution that it is that administers the registration of businesses, that their turnaround time needs to be 2 days or 3 days to register a business. Young people should be allowed to register a business seamlessly. In fact, it should be free, right? But institutions, and this is just human psychology, there must be a law to compel institutions to do this. So that's the first thing. The second thing is fiscal incentives for youth employment, particularly under a post-COVID-19 climate. We must utilize our fiscal policies to incentivize the private sector to employ more young people. Again, an example in Namibia that we have is that we, through the SOEs, subsidize the remuneration of interns, regardless of the sector that they work in, right? So one of those SOEs is the big telecommunications company. And what they do is that because government is a majority shareholder, that institution needs to pay for X amount of interns, regardless of where you do your internship. So the company just says, look, we want to take in 10 interns. Can you pay their salaries, right? And that is how you use fiscal policy and government resources to encourage youth employment. The other types of fiscal incentives could be tax incentives. If you tell companies, look, you employ X amount of young people in these and these and these industries, you'll actually get a tax rebate. And those are the sort of things that we can do as parliaments to actually encourage responsiveness and deliberateness by our private sector to respond to the call for youth unemployment. Because at the end of the day, my president always says that government's job is not to create jobs, it's to create a conducive environment for businesses to be able to employ people. And I think, those tax incentives, they come from parliament. It's parliament that decides, the type of taxes that we have. And that would be something good for companies to be encouraged to hire young people with direct monetary incentives. The third thing, TVET education, right? Our TVET education, the destigmatization of TVET education, number one. It's very important. I think I don't know where it came from, but there's this notion that, the formal sector is, somehow superior to our TVET sectors. I think that's something that we need to address and redress. Our construction industries, the furniture, everything that we're using in this venue comes and is, solely created by the TVET industries. Training our artisans, and really, plowing those resources into them so that they're able to create their start their businesses and really contribute to our economies. But it really starts with the destigmatization of TVET education. It also allows us to make our education system more responsive. We live in a technological age and in such an advanced age where you don't need to force somebody who's not really academically stellar to go to school until grade 12. We've tried to adapt with our new curriculum now. We've adapted our curriculum to say that if by grade 10 or grade 11, you don't feel like you want to proceed into a really, formal, academically driven institution, you can actually finish, get your qualification at that level, and then go into a different industry. That came from Parliament, So there's so much responsibility that rests on Parliament to create that policy and legislation to be able to respond to young people. And then finally, I know time is running out, the optimization of our agriculture and food production sector. I don't mean to sound controversial, especially since we're in South Africa, but I do think that we need to produce our own. We spend so much money on foreign produced goods, and that comes at the expense of young people's jobs, because many of these goods we are able to produce ourselves. Our trade laws, very controversial again, but our trade laws don't always support trade that encourages local production, because in the WTO, we're all equal players, and it shouldn't be that way. Our trade in Africa amongst ourselves, intra-Africa trade, is something like 15-16%. So we trade more outside of Africa as individual countries, as opposed to inside, intra-Africa trade with each other. And that comes at the expense of jobs and disproportionately at young people's jobs. That's why I particularly like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And my master's is really in, the business of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, to really look at how best we can tilt that scale so that 15% of our trade is outside of the African region, and the remaining north of 80% is in and amongst ourselves. That's particularly important. So we must drive targeted inventions, again backed up by legislative policy, towards our agricultural sectors to ensure that we make use of our natural resources as our means of production. We in Parliament often, Honorable Cooper will agree with me, often an example that was used by the Minister of Agriculture was he told us, just take the bottle of water that you're drinking, right? And the bottle of water that we were actually drinking in our Namibian Parliament was South African produced. And the question was why? Why are we, something as simple as water, something as simple as a toothpick, tissues, eggs, everything. When there was a bird flu outbreak in South Africa, and we had to close our borders to importing chicken, we did not have enough chicken in our country. We didn't have enough chicken. And I mean, what's hard about raising a chicken and slaughtering it, But the reality is that our Namibian businesses can't compete. Because of economies of scale, we can't compete. And this is where governments need to step in and incentivize those businesses in the agricultural sector so that they're able to compete with the counterparts, because it can't be that importing chicken is cheaper than actually producing it. To me, it doesn't make sense at all. Right. So I think with the requisite structural support from our governments, it's possible for us to increase our production, in order to create sustainable agricultural industries that are labor intensive, and that all of us as members of parliament can take those deliberate decisions to create the policy to address youth unemployment, which will ultimately address the issue of strengthening youth participation in governance processes. Thank you very much.
Round of applause. What an eloquent presentation. I think now is time for deliberations. I open the floor for the deliberations. I'm looking for your hands up now. I see Zimbabwe. I see Namibia. I see. Oh, reserved. Okay. many hands. Okay. For now, let's have Zimbabwe, and then I'll come to you. Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much for the presentations. They were very informative. And I would like to say the youths of today are very lucky because they can speak for themselves. When I was growing up, we had no opportunities of speaking as they are doing. Now, I would like to comment on what the first speaker said about entitlement. I feel the issue of entitlement should really be not a matter for serious debate. It has been a practice of war that the victorious are rewarded for the sacrifices they made. And in Zimbabwe's case, such rewards was in the form of land. That the youth should find this unacceptable is really the failure to understand the flow of history. The sacrifices made by those who fought the various wars of liberation in Southern Africa can never be equal to what reward or compensation they are receiving. The two are simply not congruent. Entitlement should not be used as a dirty word, for indeed, the liberation war fighters are entitled to what benefits they are getting at law. Engagement with the youth should be away from the gripe of entitlement, but in other spheres. The youth we will always have. With the flow of life, seeing toddlers become children and children become youths, young adults, and finally pass into adulthood. The veterans of the struggle, on the other hand, are but a part of a passing generation without the natural ability of regeneration. The parliamentarians should thus engage the youths with the first objective being to debunk the complaints about entitlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I have a hand of Namibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to congratulate all the presenters for the well-articulated presentations they have delivered. As somebody who came from the youth ranks, I just feel I had pride in myself that the ones behind us are presenting very good and they know what they want. So the struggle must continue. You will reach there. Let me start with the first presenter who spoke about poverty and unemployment. Poverty and unemployment in youth is synonymous. And as Honorable Masua already highlighted, the challenges they face are so much. But how do we close the gap between the poverty, the unemployment, and all that? Because it's not only young people who are unemployed and who are not poor, but how do we bring them together and close that gap? We must work towards that. Now, there was a statement that was made that youth are not against elders, but wants to move with elders to be groomed. But at times we are making statements that let the elders feel that there is a gap between the young people and the elders. Let me give you a simple example. when we went to the Electoral College in 2019, now everyone has a quota in the Electoral College. The youth, it's now for the political party. I'm from the ruling party. So for the youth, the women, the parliamentarians, and all that. So the young people were making political statements that we are going to vote them out. It's time for them to go. They are old, and all those statements. What happened afterwards? The young people were voted out. By the seniors, they had to go and vote out. And some of us that come from those ranks were also, put down on the list because of the statements, the unnecessary and reckless statements that young people made. So we must, even though we want to be radical, we must know how to address issues for us to get a consensus. Now, I want to, it's not it's the second last point. Now, when Honorable Masua was talking about TVET, it's as if she was reading my mind, and then whilst I'm writing, she was now mentioning what I was writing here, and I was telling the Honorable next to me, but it's as if she's reading my mind. Now, not all of us are academically equipped, and it's very important for a country to have the vocational centers. Who's the one that fixes my electricity bulb in the house? It's an electrician. Who's the mechanic of my Mercedes Benz? Because I cannot do that. That is apparently a very expensive car. I can just drive the car, but I cannot fix the car. Who's doing that? It's the ones that are going through the TVET programs, through the vocational centers that does that. So we have a responsibility as leaders in our countries to encourage young people or even the other people to attend TVET programs. Besides TVET programs, besides the attendance, we must also encourage that more TVET programs must be constructed in the countries, because we all are not academically equipped. Lastly, if we have not learned one or two things from COVID-19 pandemic, where the borders were closed, where we were in the houses locked up, if we have not learned something from the Russia-Ukraine unrest and so forth, it must teach us that we must move towards food security, producing food for ourselves, and self-sustainability. So the agricultural sector must start to be revived if it does not exist in our countries, because we do not know moving forward how it will be. But in all, I support the young people, even though I'm an upper youth. Thank you.
I think now when we come to time for responses, all the presenters will have to share, because now I get that the comments from honorable members not directing or not directed to a particular presenter. So maybe the presenters will have to choose which question you're going to answer like that. I'm going to take a number of I took Zimbabwe, I took Namibia. Now I'm going to take the youth. I have Raymond and Foster. I will have Raymond and Foster, and then the rest will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the presenters for fully representing us as young people. And I'm also happy to say that we have been given this opportunity to interact with the honorable members in solidarity to the speakers that have highlighted key pressing issues that are affecting us as young people. I want to say that we are calling for the prioritization of adolescent sexual reproductive health. Why? Because we have so many cases of adolescents who are being married off at an early age. We have so many cases of adolescents who are dying because of teenage pregnancies. We have so many cases of HIV infections because of increased cases of sexual gender-based violence. So we are saying, please review the policies that allow for young people to access services so that they may continue with their education, so that we may secure their life. Thank you.
My name is Foster, and I'm representing my fellow young people. I would like to cement on what my colleague Raymond has just raised, that in the field of sexual reproductive health and rights, it's a particular area that as honorable members, we also have to put our eye or draw attention to. I will speak more specifically on stockouts of commodities. At the moment, the issue that we have at hand, more especially in the SADC region in several countries, is the issue of stockouts of commodities. For example, where I'm coming from Malawi, at the moment, we don't have emergency contraceptive pills. We also have stockouts on STI drugs as a country. So young people now, the only option that they have is to pharmacies. What if someone coming from the rural area can afford such kind of contraceptives? So my plea to you as members of parliament is that what if we advocate for increased allocation, budget allocation towards the health sector, more specifically to sexual reproductive health and rights sector. SRHR should have a specific budget line. Most countries here in the SADC region who don't have the SRHR specific budget allocation that is there to cater for several aspects. I submit. Thank you.
Most welcome, Foster. I have 3 more youth to take. I've been Mula, Levy, Mula and Levy. Let me have you.
Thank you so much, Chair, for that profound, and thank you so much, the honorable members, for all the profound submissions. I think before I start, allow me to state that representation in itself is everything. When a young person sees a fellow young person occupying a position of power, it gives them confidence and courage that it's actually possible. That's why we sound trumpets whenever we see first black person this, first black person that, because it gives us hope that it's actually possible that I can actually be in that political position. When we see Honorable Masua, it gives every young person hope that it's actually possible. So I think to every honorable member that is in this particular environment right now, one of the things I really want to state is the need for us to start seeing representation, not only as something to do because we have to look politically correct, but because it's inevitable. We should not include young people for the sake of wanting to look good as political parties, but because we have to safeguard the future of our political parties, and we also have to safeguard the future of our nation. In my submission, I just want to give a few recommendations adding up to what Mr. Gondo also established. And the first recommendation I want to submit before this honorable house is the need for us as young people to begin seeing ourselves as solution and not as trumpet blowers of problems. One thing that I believe is that the problems of SADC are inevitable. But as young people, we have to be the inevitable solution to SADC's inevitable problems. We should no longer see ourselves as just the need to occupy spaces, but as the need for us to occupy spaces with the need to provide alternative solutions to the various problems we're going through as a region. The other recommendation I want to contribute is the need for us as young people to avail ourselves and to create the environment we want to see. If Kenneth Kaunda, if Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, if Nelson Mandela of South Africa, if Patrice Lumumba of Congo, if Kwame Nkrumah of whatsoever, whichever country of all these forefathers I might talk about, if they waited for the colonial masters to create an environment for them, I believe we'll still be colonized today. So to the young people in this particular auditorium and to the young people across the region and to the young people here, we have to start inculcating in our fellow young people that no one is going to create the environment for us. We have to start championing that agenda ourselves. And lastly, the need for us as young people to have youth-to-youth leadership engagement. If I'm a young person and I have what it takes to build another young person to become the leader I want them to be, let us take that responsibility. And not when I, as Mwila, I'm elevated to a political position and then I even forget about the young people that are actually below me. It should not be like that. In conclusion, I ran for office as Member of Parliament on an independent ticket. In a race of 6 candidates, I came out third with 13,000 votes. And that in itself gave so many young people that it's possible only if we avail ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mila. We have now Patience Munyenyembwa.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, it's Levi before Patience.
Oh, it's you?
Yes.
Oh, Levi, yes, it's you. It's you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and big thanks to our fellow presenters. I think they've made quite the eloquent case. I'm just going to provide a recommendation for our presenters to potentially respond to. We're 92 months away from 2030. 2030 is not a long time away. It's 92 months away as of this last day of April. And I think what we've seen from all presenters is that we are currently staring down the reality of a regional and national development crisis and disaster for our societies, for our fiscuses, and for the overall development of the SADC region. And therefore, my recommendation is that we need a new, bold, and big Marshall Plan of sorts, which is able to marshal development partners, allies, and resources to respond to this regional adolescent and youth development crisis that we are staring down with scale and with speed. As young people and as civil society, we avail ourselves to work together across generations to co-create this plan for a just and equitable recovery, which gets our generation of young people's development and productivity back on track over the next 93 months. So submit.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Now let's give to Patience Munyenyemba.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Patience Munyenyemba from South Malawi. Through your Chair and honorable members present, I should first of all admit that it was very nice, exciting, informative, and motivating to watch the proceedings of SADC-PF in the morning. And when some of the women were deliberating, I could actually see myself in them. So this should be like an appeal to the SADC-PF that include us young people, because it is beyond the inclusion. We actually see ourselves when we're watching you doing this thing. So from the morning session, I had 2 quick reactions, but I didn't want to say it that time. I knew that I'm going to have my time. So I wanted to actually, first of all, to talk about the issue of having few female members of parliament, when research has shown that it's actually women who vote the most. So my question is that why is it that there are few members of parliament and yet we have more women voters? So we need to identify why is this the case when we have women who are voting and we have women who actually go to vote the most. When we identify this, or maybe when we know this, we should specifically invest our energy and time to solve this problem. Why? On issue of youth having no money and failing to learn for politics, for me, I have a recommendation that issues of handouts should be completely dealt with in the SADC region. There should be no one giving handouts during the campaign period. People should be voted for because of their manifestos or their plan that they want to give. In that way, we will allow young people or other people who are not financially strong to actually get their position. Because if we keep having handouts, it's one of the reasons why we have the wrong people occupying some positions, leaving out the right people to occupy those positions just because they do not have money to give people during the campaign period. For this afternoon session, I would like to comment on what Dr. Aden did say about graduate unemployment. For me, I think this problem of graduate unemployment, because it comes as a result of how our education system has been structured. We need to start teaching or training students on how they can create jobs in their field of study, other than them waiting for someone to give them jobs. So I know that I'm not the first person to point this out, but I think this is the right time to start pushing for this. We have policy makers here present. Let's restructure our education system to give young people skills that will enable them to create more jobs other than waiting for them to be employed. Because unemployment fuels depression among young people. It fuels anxiety and loss of purpose in life. As a young person, I felt this before when I didn't have anything to do. It actually makes you to hate yourself. And eventually some people can commit suicide because of unemployment. So if we can solve this thing of our education system, maybe these issues can decrease. And I would like to leave I would like to leave you with a question of how long are we going to complain and keep watching this problem exacerbate? How long? I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Patience. Thank you so much, Patience. At this juncture, I think I will ask the presenters, who I don't know among them, but to come and say something on what Namibia said, and it was Namibia and Zimbabwe. Otherwise, the rest from the youth, I think, are the recommendations, and the recommendations Secretariat is going to include them in our report, and then we'll take them from there because they are recommendations. And I will just invite the presenters to come and say something on what has been alluded by Namibia and Zimbabwe, please. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable, should I say it from this side?
Yeah, feel at home.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Some of the issues that have been raised are very critical, issues to do with youth-to-youth leadership engagement, political party strengthening in terms of inclusion of youth. This is very important. And one of the things that I need also to highlight is what we've been seeing now happening in SADC region that we appreciate is the aspect of parliaments coming out with youth caucus, youth parliamentary caucus that focuses on issues to do with youth. And these caucuses, usually they are composed of young people, and also the friends of young people, like the concept we are moving to say, even the elders, part of that to make sure we empower. I think the recent country that have done so is Zimbabwe. They've established a youth caucus, and that's commendable. We are also hearing from other countries in terms of those that have already. And the last comment that I also want to talk about is the issue of, yes, provision of environment for young people to thrive. I agree with Honorable Member, I think Honorable Member from Namibia, that young people should not be seen as antagonistic, but they should be complementary to development. Because if we've got a national vision, everyone should complement that national vision. And definitely if you come and if you want to pull someone down to say elders will go, at the end of the day, it's you who will be going. Because people, I think they would rather support where they see that there is at least a bit of peace. So young people really need to do that. I agree with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seyo. Is there anyone who can respond to Zimbabwe? Dr. Ade, can you say something?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know I can't remember what the Honorable Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe said. It's about the privilege and something like that. Entitlement.
Unfortunately, she's not here now.
But I think I will delve to some of. I will bundle them together, especially central comments I saw. Those that came from Levy, Patience, Raymond, and also the honorable member from Namibia regarding lessons from COVID. There, I see interconnectedness among this. Levy says we need a new Marshall Plan. I think new Marshall Plan indicate that youth unemployment and poverty are emergency issue. Emergency in a sense, ticking bomb. I think most of the time. I think when patients also, how long are we going to keep on complaining? It is really the agents of the issue at hand is critical. If we are going to make it as Africans, as South Africans, to leapfrog to the next stage of our development and drive a self-sustaining, self-reliant economy and self-reliant politics in that matter, commensurating our long struggle for independence, I think we need to feel the priority and the agency of the youth unemployment and poverty in that respect. So in order to do that, I think usually we look far and wide, but there are concrete steps that we need to take, not only in terms of reviewing the policies that are at hand. Some are good, some are not really effective. So we need to take stock on that. That is number one. Secondly, the policy review is also related to the way our education is structured, the way our economies are structured. Secondly, what are the concrete issues we can address to create jobs? Jobs in a sense, not only employment, but also entrepreneurial opportunities for our young people. I think at hand is very easy is the agricultural sector. I think that can absorb, it has a lot of potential. It has a lot of market. We have spoken about the importation of, I think Honorable Patient has said also eloquently in what is happening in terms of agro industry market and so on. So I think we can work on those aspects. But above all, we have to think to tap on the solidarity across the region. I think we need really to declare the boundaries, the borders non-existent to some extent, in order to allow young people to seek opportunity where they see it. I think it is very important for our cross-fertilization and creativity in terms of finding opportunity for our young people. I think the space has to be broadened. Thank you.
Doctor says maybe it will be prudent for space to be broadened. We are towards the end of our program today. If I don't see any more hands, I will be at a stage where I will have to call Vice Chair to come and give us closing remarks. Honorable member from Madagascar, as a Vice Chair, please take the floor to close for us.
Honorable member of the Standing Committee of Gender Equality and the Promotion of Women and Youth of SADC, FP, Madame Boemo Sekuma, General Secretary, Madame Patience Masua, member of the Namibian Parliament, Madame Angoise Wale, as the resource person, the executive director from the Council of the Organization Coordination, non-governmental organization for gender parity, and Dr. Asenue Busain, consultant, representing the Organization of Youth, present here and present at the virtual meeting, is a civil society organization, representative and media representation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegate, the discussion that have taken place during the meeting around strengthening the role of the Parliament in the establishment of gender-sensitive budget in the public finance highlighted important elements. Gender-sensitive budget contribute to the establishment of modern standards for public finances, as well as responsibility and transparencies and efficiency and performance, and the relation to the results. It's a very important mechanism to ensure accountability in the way the political commitment in terms of equality between genders be translated in terms of public expenditures. If it is applied in a systematic way in a gender-sensitive budget, that will improve the participation to the budget process. So that will be able to make procedure transparent in terms of public finance. So budget access on the results linked to the planning or strategic planning and public management, strengthening the link between the targets and the political objectives and the budget. So an approach based on the performance is applied when the gender-sensitive budget is integrated to the budget founded on other results. So with a gender-sensitive budget, we can have indices on performance in terms of gender equality. So gender-sensitive budget allow better allocation of resources to be able to realize the objectives according to the modality where women and men benefit in their diversities. So, as a consequence, a gender-sensitive budget is a foundation of a decision based mainly on the real data. What is important to ensure that public finances be used efficiently to meet the real needs, to really bridge the gaps and to fight against inequality, existing inequality. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the committee took into account the gender-sensitive budgets. This doesn't mean that we established budget that is distinct for women and that we increase expenditures in a concrete way to the program. The gender budget, sensitive budgets is a guarantee that the allowance of political resource be done in an efficient way and contribute to move forward equality between genders and women accountability. It's based on a deep analysis allowing to identify efficient measures to establish policies and laws that can really help women to move forward. It gives us tools to assess needs and to be able to help men and women to contribute to expenditures, revenues, and the existing credit. So budget policies should be used in the interest of all the groups. Budget analysis that should be sensitive to the gender, as well as the legislation and the political measures will help to fight against the prejudices, sexist prejudice and discrimination. It's a step forward, not only on the use of accountability as far as human rights, women's rights, but also the right for transparency, public transparencies, that we can transform economy policies and allow progress in all societies. The member states of SADC have the duty to promote equality between genders and human rights, as well as implementing commitments taken on the legal and political sides. Public finances cannot favor the well-being for inclusive development and sustainable if they neglect the right and needs of half of the population of the region. That's why gender-sensitive budgets should be implemented on all the mechanisms and the process and programs related to public finances. And this approach implies the respect of commitments that will help move forward equality between genders. So gender-sensitive budgets contribute to good governance. As we were informed, one of the means that will allow to realize it, that really help participation to the budget process, putting men and women in the development of the budget as far as public finances are concerned, through consultations, public consultations, and the use of disaggregated data, that budget will allow a transparent budget and adapted. A big responsibility of states is really an aspect that will help good use of public finances. In conclusion, I would like to reaffirm that we have, as MPs, a crucial role to play to ensure that the budget expenses and credit be managed in a transparent way, responsible and in an equitable way. So we have a strategy to realize equality between genders, so as require measures allow us to overcome inequality between men and women, between men, girls and boys. And on behalf of the committee and women development and development of the youth, and in our own name, I express our gratitude to the General Secretary of the Parliamentary Forum and her team for facilitating the holding of this meeting of the committee. So I would like also take the opportunity to express our thanks, gratitude to the resource persons for the presentations based on the theme selected by the committee. So once again, allow me to really express my gratitude to the committee for the discussion that are very fruitful that we have had today. I declare officially the meeting closed. Thank you so much for your attention.
We have one or two announcements here to make. Youth, it's not all of you who collected your PDM. So those of you who did not receive their PDM should remain. And we move now to the last item of our program, being elections. And we have to call upon SG or her representative to come along and help us. As of me and the Secretariat, we had all these for you, and this is the end of our road today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. It's been a long day, and we will try to make this as short as possible. May we request that as you leave, please try and minimize noise disruption. Honorable members, we're going as indicated by the chairperson. We are going into elections, and in terms of the rules, the Secretary General is the returning officer, and she has duly requested that we perform this function. And allow me, honorable members, to read out the procedure for elections so that we take as less time as possible. The tenure of current chairpersons and vice chairpersons of standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus who were elected in 2020 and served for a 2-year tenure is coming to an end, then they should now retire by rotation. In this regard, the Secretariat has prepared this procedural guide to assist the members with the relevant provisions in the Constitution and the rules of procedure regarding elections for chairpersons and vice chairpersons, as well as eligibility of countries for the 2 positions. Honorable members, in keeping with practice and courtesy of elections, it is always good to allow the outgoing to give their farewell speech. In this regard, I wish to invite the outgoing chairperson to have 2 minutes to address the House, and will allow 2 minutes to the outgoing vice chairperson to also have his say, because after the elections, the new leadership takes over.
Should I come that side? Thank you very much, Program Director. I really have not much to say. Safe to say, I thank you. The road was not very easy. You know, a leadership road is very rough. It goes up and it goes down. Sometimes you think of quitting, but if you are a man enough or a woman enough, you have to stand even when it's cold and when it's rainy. You have to be strong enough. And what I want to say is that you can't just be by yourself. You need to have a support of your colleagues to stand when it's tough. So really, you showed a support to me. And like I mentioned, I don't have much to say. Safe to say, I thank you so much. You are really leaders, and I wish you best from all jurisdictions you are from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, to be a leader, one needs to be woman enough or man enough. We now invite the Vice Chair to also give a farewell speech, rather. If you don't mind, you can either do it from there or from that podium.
Okay.
President, merci.
President, thank you so much. Honorable Ramoke, President of the committee, honorable member of the committee.
Excusez-moi.
Sorry. The ambassador of the youth, the African youth and peace in Southern Africa, Honorable Patience Masua, the MP of Namibia, honorable guest. First of all, I don't have the right words to express my gratitude for the 2 years. 2 years seems to have gone so fast. And it's a very pleasure that I would like to remind you that we have accomplished with success our mission, considering the fact that the work done in our committee prove our effort made during this period. We helped SADC-PF to trying to domesticate the law developed by this committee and active forum. I am the witness before you. With pride, I announce really vividly that I propose a law in terms of therapeutic interruption of pregnancy in my parliament. So these are the actions we have done at SADC. Also, I'm no longer the vice president of our committee. I'm sure that the procedure will go on. The new executive member will complete what we have started. Also, we will have to elect the new president and vice president. But before coming to that point, I hope that this time the position of president will be dedicated to a woman and vice versa. And I'd like to end my speech wishing a really good continuation, and may God help us and bless you. I thank you for your attention. Oh, Honorable, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson. We appreciate you championing the issue of child pregnancies in your parliament. Honorable members, I wish to read out the procedure for elections. The procedure for election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees is provided for in Rule 39 of the Rules of Procedure, which states that each committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. Sub-Rule 2, the chairperson of a standing committee shall preside over all meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume those duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. Regarding rotation, Article 14.3 of the SADC-PF Constitution provides that the principle of rotation in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows. Members of standing committees holding the position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the positions in the immediate subsequent term. Regarding gender principle, Rule 38.5 provides for gender balance in the election of chair and vice of standing committees as follows. As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding chairpersonship of committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice shall be a man and vice versa. Honorable members, in order to facilitate election, we circulated to member parliaments a table showing the countries that have held positions of chairperson and vice chairperson since 2014 when the committee was established until 2022. We also, below that, also distributed a table that shows countries that are ineligible by virtue of having held this position before and those that are eligible. In that regard, I wish to confirm that the eligible countries for the position of chairperson are Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, and Tanzania. And those eligible for vice chairperson position are Angola, DRC, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Seychelles, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. Honorable members, having announced the eligible countries, I also wish to inform members about the procedure for nomination of elections. The procedure for nomination of candidates for the positions is as follows. The returning officer will call for nominations for each of the two positions. Each nominee will be given 2 minutes to present their credentials. If one nomination is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. If there are more than one candidate, elections shall be done through secret voting. Each member is eligible for 1 vote. Only GEWAYD members are eligible to vote. The chairperson shall have a casting vote in the event of a tie. And the secretariat, where there is need, will distribute ballot papers to facilitate elections. At this juncture, I therefore wish to invite for any nominations for the position of chairperson. Just for the convenience of members, the eligible countries are Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, and Tanzania. Are there any nominations for the position of chairperson? I see Seychelles. There is a nomination for DRC. Is the nominee Honorable DRC? Sorry, Seychelles, you want to say something?
Yes, I am nominating Tanzania.
Sorry, let me start this again. I thought I recognized Seychelles. Yes. And Seychelles, I thought you had nominated DRS. No. Let's clear this, honorable member, so that we start again. It's a clean slate now. I've not received any nominations. So at this juncture, I wish to open up for nominations. No. I just want to clear that because the returning officer was under the impression that Seychelles nominated DRS. So because of that, honorable members, let's start the process so that we avoid that confusion, we clear that confusion. I had recognized Seychelles. Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am hereby nominating Honorable Shali Josepha Raymond from Tanzania for the post of chairperson.
There is a nomination for chairperson for Tanzania. Is that nomination of Tanzania seconded?
Yes.
I see Eswatini.
Seconded.
So the candidature of Tanzania has been nominated by Seychelles, seconded by Eswatini. Right. Honorable members, I have one nomination received. Are there any further nominations for the position of chairperson? DRC, I recognize you. Honorable member, I confirm, are you self-nominating? Are you nominating yourself? Do we have interpretation? Interpretation?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Honorable Bilambango, please say in full what you are nominating so that we have everyone hears you and we record it. I give you the floor. Who are you nominating? Do we have interpretation in French? Yes. Proceed.
Oui. Donc, moi, je me porte candidate.
I'm putting myself as candidate as a chairperson of this committee.
Okay. So I have a nomination from DRC for DRC. Is there any seconder for the nomination of DRC? Yes, Angola, I recognize you. So Angola seconds DRC.
Angola.
Right. Honorable members, I wish to give further opportunity for any further nominations for the position of chairperson. I recognize Mozambique.
Moçambique apoia a República Democrática do Congo.
Mozambique, the DRC.
Yes. Okay. Honorable members, in the interest of time, I've received Tanzania and DRC, and these have been seconded, so they are duly stated on the ballot paper. I wish to find out if there are any further nominations besides Tanzania and DRC. Honorable members, as it stands, we have two candidates. The two candidates are Tanzania and DRC. At this juncture, we are going to distribute the ballot papers, and we will then receive the votes, which is a secret vote, and we will proceed to tabulate the vote and declare the results. So, make sure you record it to say which country. So, we are distributing the ballot papers. Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi. We can give further guidance, honorable members, but it's written on the paper. It's just 3 languages, but we can provide further guidance. Madagascar, yes. Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, then Tanzania. Zambia and Zimbabwe are not in. So we have distributed 12 ballot papers. And honorable members, if you go to your ballot paper, you will see where it says position. You indicate chairperson. Where it says name of preferred candidate and country, you can write the full name of the member or the country. It will suffice. You can write the name and country of the member, or you can write the name only or the country only. It will suffice. What we simply need is for us to be able to read your intention on the ballot. So if you indicate the country, you indicate the name of the member, that will suffice as a valid vote. Anything else, it becomes an invalid vote or a spoiled vote. Stay here. Next time we have you, heard of you doing it. So it's fine. Yes, Eswatini?
As once you are doing the process, there's no man, because your rule says a lady and a gentleman. There's no man.
Let's cross the bridge when we get there. For now, a woman is eligible.
Yes.
And for the chairperson position, and let's vote for the for the chairperson, and then we will deal with the issue of the vice.
Okay.
Sure. The returning officer is just trying to be sure so that there are no grounds on which the outcome can be challenged. Honorable members, we wish to announce the outcome of the elections as follows. Tanzania, let's do this. We received 13 ballots. 2 were spoiled. DRC candidate received 3 valid votes. Tanzania candidate received 8 valid votes. Accordingly, we duly declare the candidate of Tanzania, Honorable Shali, as duly elected chairperson of the GEWAYD committee for the period 2022 to 2024. Congratulations, Honorable. Honorable members, we wish to proceed with the next election, namely the election for the vice chairperson. And I wish to refresh the memory of the members with regards to gender principle. This is more so critical for this committee as the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Rule 38.5 provides for gender balance in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows. As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding the chairpersonship of committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man and vice versa. As far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding chairpersonship of committees. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man and vice versa. Having read that provision, I wish to also refresh the memory of the members regarding eligible countries, namely Angola, DRC, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Seychelles, Tanzania. Tanzania now is out because they are the chairperson, and Zimbabwe. Honorable members, shall we receive nominations for the position of vice chairperson? I see Lesotho.
I nominate Malawi. My name is birthday. You mentioned that when we have to consider gender balance as well as
Honorable members, the decision, and I would want the committee to exercise its wisdom on the matter. The practical difficulty we have is that all the representatives of the candidates, the candidates that are eligible are female. And this committee is the committee that champions gender parity, gender equality. So the committee needs to exercise its mind. There is an avenue through which, if the matter was not resolved, the executive committee is mandated to look at the composition of committees with regards to gender distribution. And this matter can then be resolved later. Or if the committee in its wisdom says, to the extent that the rule leaves room for consideration of practicality, to allow for two women to be chair and vice, to hold the position of chair vice, we wish to proceed and do that. That is also an option that the committee can pursue. So, honorable members, we need a collective decision of the committee so that we know how we proceed. We can defer the elections, refer the matter to the executive committee to deal with the composition of the committee so that we have male members in the committee, or we proceed and have a women candidates considered and be elected to the position. I wish to receive the input of members. Honorable Kupas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to find out, besides the two male members who are with us today, do we still have other colleagues who are from the opposite gender, which we can consider at a later stage. And if we cannot consider them at a later stage, can we continue with them?
Okay.
Or that's a proposal.
I wish to solicit the support of my colleagues. Paulina, can we confirm, as I call out the countries, the gender of the members of the GEWAYD? Angola, right, DRC?
DRC, it's a male, but it's Balamange. Sorry.
It's GEWAYD.
It's GEWAYD, sorry. It's a female, sorry.
Sure. Then Malawi?
Malawi is a female.
Mauritius?
It's a female.
Mozambique?
It's a female.
Namibia?
It's a female.
South Africa?
It's a female.
Seychelles?
It's a female.
Zimbabwe?
It's a female.
So, honorable members, to respond to the question asked by Honorable Kupas, I wish to confirm that all the representatives of the countries that are eligible for vice chairperson are indeed women, and there is no men on that list. Please proceed, take the floor and make the proposal.
Then I would propose that we continue with the elections.
Honorable members, there's a proposal on the floor that in view of the practical impediment we have in terms of gender balance, we proceed and elect the women candidates that are eligible. Do we have a seconder for that decision? Because it's a decision that must be recorded. I see Madagascar.
J'appuie la décision.
I second the decision. We have to vote two women at the helm of the committee.
Honorable members, in terms of procedure, the proposal by Honorable Kupas from Namibia has been duly seconded by Honorable Glamad from Madagascar. And as such, the committee has resolved that we shall proceed to have elections for the vice chairperson from the eligible candidates who are all women candidates. Accordingly, I wish to open for nominations for the position of vice chairperson. I see Botswana.
Namibia.
Yes. Sorry? But I had not opened up the. How would the honorable member have nominated when we had not nominated? We needed to deal with the procedure. So allow me to yes, so that we have a procedural outcome, the one that will not be challenged. Sure. So Botswana, you have the floor.
Botswana, I voted Namibia to be the vice chairperson.
Botswana, please confirm that you are nominating.
Yes, I'm nominating.
Sure. So Botswana is nominated Namibia. Any seconder for Botswana, for Namibia's candidature? Mozambique?
Mozambique propone Angola.
Okay. Honorable members, so Mozambique, I'll give you the floor. At this juncture, I wish to receive a seconder for the nomination of Namibia. Seconded by Mauritius. Right. So honorable, in terms of procedure, we do have one candidate already nominated and seconded, which is Namibia. Are there any further nominations? Mozambique? Sorry?
Sim, eu apoio Namíbia.
Namibia?
Sim.
Okay. Mozambique is seconding Namibia, which is already duly seconded. Is there any nomination separate from the candidate from Namibia? Lesotho, you have the floor. Malawi. We have a nomination for a candidate from Malawi by Lesotho. Is there any seconder for the candidate from Malawi? Eswatini. Eswatini is seconding the candidate from Malawi. Are there any further nominations? I have two candidates so far, Namibia and Malawi. Are there any further nominations? Honorable members, it looks like we are going to have two candidates on our ballot paper. They are honorable member from Namibia and honorable member from Malawi. Honorable members, in view of time, right. So, honorable members, based on what we saw with the previous ballot paper, it's enough to write the country of the candidate. So don't write anything else. Don't write your country. Only write the country of the candidate, right? And I also wish to beg your indulgence that we are not going to allow the members to speak because of time. We will just proceed to have elections. And our elections, we have two candidates, as I said, Namibia and Malawi. And then in terms of our electoral college, you can start from there and we confirm as we go. Electoral college is Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, okay, DRC, DRC, 5 Lesotho, So, honorable members, as I said, it's sufficient to just write the country of the candidate. We have distributed 13 ballot papers, and we are open to receiving the votes. Honorable members, I wish to declare the outcome of the election as follows. The candidate from Malawi received 4 votes. The candidate from Namibia received 9 votes. Accordingly, the Honorable Paula Kupas from Namibia is duly declared elected vice chairperson of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. At this juncture, we wish to congratulate the honorable members. What we will request is the vice chairperson to take the floor and give 2 minutes of acceptance speech. Then we will give the chairperson the opportunity to also make a acceptance speech and proceed to then preside. So the vice chairperson, take the floor first. Honorable Kupas, you to make sure that the cameraman has good view, please go and
Thank you very much, honorable members. I rise to say thank you very much for the trust you have bestowed upon me and nominated me. I didn't expect this, but it was just out of the blue. And if you are a leader, you have to be prepared whatever time. I believe that we will take the committee further from where we have taken it. And thanks to the former chairperson and his deputy chairperson that they were there in a very difficult time when we were faced with COVID-19, but they did not move away from, doing their duties. We are awaited by a lot of responsibilities, a lot of challenges in our communities, and that we must take up the challenges and move forward. To all the committee members, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and congratulations once more. At this juncture, I wish to invite the Chairperson, Honorable Shali, to take the floor, deliver a acceptance speech, and proceed to preside and close the meeting. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the director of the election, and all who are gathered in this house, may I say from the bottom of my heart that I am humbled. I take this opportunity to thank God who had given us this chance until now that we have made the elections. And I'm very thankful for what you have done to me this evening. It has come as a surprise. You all know, being members of parliament, when it comes to elections, you don't know what is happening. I don't have much to say, but one thing for sure I know, where we've taken the boat, we are going to continue doing what it has started, and we are going to do it with you as a team. We are not planning to start many, many things from our own, but to work as we've been working together. Honorable members of parliament, it is needless to say too much when I have not even started the work. May I congratulate you for all you have done so far, and I wish you a safe journey back home, hoping that we will be communicating and doing as we are supposed to do. Needless to list whatever have been said since morning, but may I say thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Obrigada.
Chair, you may preside and close the meeting.
Thank you so much for the guidance. Everybody seems tired, but I'm still praying for your energy and my energy. So I declare this meeting closed.